Maya, how you doing? Happy Monday, happy Monday. What is going on? Those you just joining, how you feeling? Shay, how you doing? You sound ready to go home. It's only fourth period. Yeah. You said feeling depressed. Why are you feeling depressed? I understand it's a Monday. Breakup. That's normal. What are we talking about today? Anything and everything, as long as it's not politics and religion. It does eventually get better after a breakup. You say you took it for granted. So I think it comes to a point where you have to ask yourself, what did you learn from this experience? I know it's the last thing you want to hear being asked towards you, but also this is a learning lesson. So what did you do in this relationship that you won't repeat again, or that you will repeat again? What will you do next time you come across somebody who's similar to her, and you're like, oh, maybe I should take this a little bit more serious this time around, because last time I didn't, and I took it for granted, and I lost the relationship due to that. So what am I going to change next time, so that way this relationship possibly works, compared to last time? So it's okay for you to feel the way you feel, but also acknowledge that there were things you probably could have done or changed in that relationship. You might have had reasons upon why you didn't do it, and therefore the relationship ended the way it did. So what would you change next time? Because there will be a next time if you decide to date again. What would you do next time you come across someone who you like, oh, I need to take this seriously? Finally letting go. He's chasing me. Why is that? Because you were chasing him. So you were chasing him, and he's like, okay, she's still behind me. She's still chasing me. But then once he noticed you stopped chasing him, he's like, oh shit, I need to get her attention again so she can start chasing me again. So he noticed you stopped chasing him. Now he's chasing you until you start chasing him again. Then next thing you know, he's no longer going to be chasing you. You're a beautiful person. I hope you have an amazing day and stay safe. Zoe, stop it. I appreciate you, and I hope you have a great day as well, and I hope you stay safe as well. I appreciate you. Haven't seen you live in a while. I've been live very often, almost every day, or at least every other day for the most part. And welcome. How you doing? I haven't seen you in a minute. How you feeling? Shane, how you doing? Hey girl, hey. My partner hasn't said a thank you to me after single thing to me after the argument. I'm worried. So instead of worrying, why don't you try to talk to him? You said I feel like I'm missing out on everything. Like I've never been in a relationship and I'm almost 18. You got your entire life. You probably hear that very often at the age of 18. You probably hear that very often. Oh, you're young. You still got time. Time is going to fly by, but do not rush something just because you haven't had it. It'll come. It'll happen. But when it does happen, are you going to be ready for it? That's the real question. A lot of people are like, oh, I haven't been in a relationship in a while. I haven't been in a relationship. I haven't been out dating. That's cool and all, but when you do get in a relationship, are you going to be ready to maintain it? Are you going to be ready to pour into it? Are you going to be ready to be selfless instead of selfish? Those are the real questions. I guess my algorithm is off. Used to pop up live when I'm scrolling. It do be like that, but it's like I wanted to experience young teen love like the movies. You're not really missing nothing. The thing is that a lot of people don't know who they are in their teenage years. They're still trying to figure out what mold they decide they want to fit in, or what group of people they want to be a part of. Still trying to figure out what you want to do as an individual in your own life, let alone be worried about how somebody else is living their life in conjunction with yours. So, I mean, I understand what you feel like you're missing out on, but you're not really missing out on a lot. And this is me telling you from experience. A lot of teenagers are still at the point where they're like, They don't know what true love is. And I say that because a lot of teenagers can't provide true love for themselves. So how can you provide it for somebody else? A lot of times love doesn't look like what it looks like in the movies, because in the movies they show you like some parts where it's like, oh, they have maybe like an altercation or they argue a little bit here and there, but relationships are a lot deeper than that, than what you see in the movies. And if you're not ready to work through the hard things, then when it comes to the easy things in a relationship, y'all ain't gonna make it because you can't make it through the hard things in a relationship. But being a teenager, you still got time to love. You still got time to date. You still, even if you're not a teenager, even if you're in your 40s, 50s, 60s, it's never too late to date. You just have to be ready when you do decide to date. So I tried. They've keep leaving me unopened and ignoring me. There's really nothing more you can do. I feel like, first and foremost, instead of having arguments, have discussions and conversations. You're not fighting your partner. Your goal isn't to make them the bad guy. Your goal isn't to win a trophy for winning the argument. Your goal is to figure out what's going wrong, why it's happening, and figuring out how to navigate that to where things aren't going wrong because y'all worked through it. But if you two are arguing, instead of focusing on the problem, you two have made each other the problem. So there's a situation that comes up, and you're like, oh, something's off. And they're like, oh, something's off. And instead of y'all focused on this, now y'all have become each other's enemies instead of making the problem the enemy, instead of working together to get rid of the enemy. So now you two are punishing each other. Well, I won't say both of you because you're trying to reach out to them. So now you're being punished because they don't like the way you feel. They don't like your perspective. And y'all had a difference in opinions and difference in perspectives. Now y'all not talking. But guess what? The problem and the issue is still there. Y'all haven't even worked through it because y'all too busy making each other the enemy. I understand how frustrating it is to have a conflict with your partner and wanting to work through it to where it's no longer a problem or issue. I understand that. But also making, like I said before, making your partner the problem or the issue, y'all never gonna work through it because y'all too busy focused on each other and forgot about the main reason y'all even started this altercation to begin with, which was because y'all have a problem or a conflict that you need to work through together. You have any advice for being in a relationship with an avoidant attachment partner? Ask them, what do they feel like they need in order to handle conflict? Meaning, instead every time there's a conflict, they want to walk away or shut down or run away or be standoffish or stonewall. What do they feel like they need in order to be comfortable enough to communicate their feelings and their emotions in the moment? And if they can't do it in the moment, then how much space do they need at that moment in order to regulate their feelings and emotions so they can have a informative conversation? So for avoiding people, they might need time to sit there and be like, okay, here's the situation, here's what's going on, here's how I think I want to reply to this. And it might take them 5 or 10 minutes to do. It's not that they don't want to work through those things right then and there. It's just that they need time to process what's going on so they can work through those things right then and there. And if they feel like they need that, then they should be able to elaborate and say that so that way you're made aware so you can give them the amount of time that they feel like they need to come to you to work through these things with you. But if it's something along those lines, we're trying to figure out what do they feel like they need? What do they feel like they need in order to communicate in a healthy way? Because the goal is to communicate. Now, how we get there might look different compared to someone who's an anxious attachment style versus an avoidant attachment style. We're trying to figure out what means of transportation do they need to get to the end goal, which is to have an informative conversation about what's going on, what's happening, and how to fix it. So I feel like that'd be the main objective in the situation. Try to figure out what they feel like they need. That's the hardest part, is maintaining a relationship, because complacency can happen. And when it does, you should be able to speak your mind and say, hey, I feel like we're getting complacent, and here are the ways where I feel like we're getting complacent. What are your thoughts and feelings about what I just said? And complacency isn't a bad thing. It's just like, shit, we're human. We get stuck in such a routine because routine is not only comfortable, but you can kind of predict what's going to happen next. But like, when you can't predict what happened next, it gets scary. And then a lot of times that fear becomes anger, and that anger becomes an argument, and an argument is unnecessary. But if we can identify that we are complacent, because a lot of people, they hear, oh, we're complacent in our relationship, they automatically assume everything else after that is bad. We're complacent, the same thing happens all over again, the relationship is boring, this and that. It doesn't have to be that way. You can say, hey, I'm identifying that I feel like we're being complacent in our relationship, and we haven't went on dates in a while. We haven't really spent any intimate time in a while. And that's not a bad thing. That just means that these are aspects that we probably need to work on as a team to see, okay, how about we include more dates? Because as we continue to grow in the relationship, you have to understand that you're not the same you that you were at the beginning of the relationship. You don't have the same responsibilities that you did at the beginning of the relationship. Things have changed. So what used to work at the beginning of the relationship might not work a year into it or 2 years into it. So we need to figure out what's going to work now with our new current situation that we have. And if you don't do that, then yeah, you're going to stay complacent because you're going to continue to do the old things expecting it to work for the new situation. And that's not always necessarily true. Martin, thank you for the follow. Why does she block me on social media but not text? She's a private account anyway. I'm not sure, Joey. I can't answer your question because I don't know why she did the things that she did. I'm just as lost as you on that. I can only assume the same way you can because we're not getting our answer straight from the source as to why she's doing what she's doing. So I couldn't answer that question for you, unfortunately. I want to sit back and tackle whatever because the problem, but they just don't want to. So if they don't want to, then how is anything going to ever get solved? What does being ready look like? Whatever you feel like ready looks like for you. I know it's kind of a vague answer, but I can't say, oh, ready for me is going to be the same when it comes to ready for you. Because I might say, oh, shit, I'm ready now. Because I worked through my trauma, I worked through my attachment issues, I worked through a lot of things that I felt like I needed to work through for me to be okay with getting into a relationship, acknowledging the fact that there's a possibility that this relationship can end and not let that devastate me, but instead motivate me to learn more about myself and to learn more about what worked and what didn't work so I can go into the next relationship with a healthier mindset than I had in the prior one. But you might not feel that way. You might feel like you need something different or you might need things to look different. So I can't say what's ready for you. You have to acknowledge what's ready for you. What does ready for you look like? Your relationships are 50-50. They're 100-100. Be whole the way you add learning. Yeah, I feel like relationships, you go even further. Relationships are 100-0. You do things for your partner not expecting anything in return. So like they're pinning 100%. You're pinning 100%, but like you're giving your 100%, not expecting anything in return, but also expecting stuff in return. So I know it's kind of confusing, but like you're not doing things for your partner because you're like, oh, if I do this, they're gonna do this for me. You're doing things for your partner because you're like, I want to do these things for my partner so that way they don't have to, or because it's gonna make them happy, or because I want them to be comfortable. You're doing things with the best intent because you genuinely want to, not expecting anything in return. But because your partner is putting in 100%, you're gonna have things in return the same way you're giving things. So I feel like it's 100-0 to a certain extent. Why does he take a whole day or 2 days to reply to a message after we had a first date? I'm not exactly sure. That'd be a question for him. Out of curiosity, I figured I haven't heard from you in a day or two. Now I was just curious as to why it took you so long to reply. That'd be a question for him. I couldn't answer that question because I could sit here and say, well, maybe he's not interested in you. Maybe he's busy with something else. Maybe he's doing like I can only infer the same way you can. I'm not exactly sure why he did that. Why? Why does she unblock me then block me so I don't see she views my story? She denies it though. I'm not exactly sure. The more so the question is why are you dealing with somebody who's inconsistent? And you have to guess their action and their intent behind their action. So instead of separating yourself from the situation, because they either want to be committed to you or they don't. And right now, it looks like they don't want to be committed to you because of her actions. She's blocking you, she's unblocking you. She's viewing your story, she's not viewing your story. She wants to reach out, she doesn't want to reach out. And now you're trying to play mind games with yourself to try to figure out what's going on and why it's happening instead of acknowledging the fact that she either wants to be committed or she doesn't want to be committed. Make it very simple. The more complicated you make it, the more mental exhaustion you're going to cause yourself. Because you're going to be like, what does this mean? What does that mean? What does this mean? What does that mean? Instead of looking at it as a whole, look at it as a picture, look at it as a black and white and say, okay, she either wants to be consistent and committed or she doesn't want to be consistent and committed. And right now, what is her actions giving? She doesn't want to be consistent and committed. Therefore, knowing that information, where do you stand in that situation now? Long distance relationship advice. Have strong sense of communication. Communication is what you two will mostly rely on, so make sure your strong foundation of communication is prevalent in that situation so that way you two are able to prevail. When things go wrong, speak about it. When things are right, speak about it. When you want something, speak about it. When you need something, speak about it. If you're uncomfortable, speak about it. Communicate, 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 communicate. Do not break the line of communication, because in a long distance relationship, you don't have the capability of just popping up to your partner's house or meeting up somewhere, in a sense, depending on how far the distance is between you two. So make sure you're able to communicate with your partner strongly. Excuse me. Any advice when your partner is not sexually satisfying you after you've talked about it? Continue to talk about it. That's the best advice I got. Because a lot of times the sexual aspect takes practice, just like anything else in a relationship, especially if you're not used to doing it. A lot of times it takes practice. So even when you're in the moment, don't wait till after the moment or wait till before the moment. I mean, you can do it before, you can talk about it before the moment and after the moment, but even when you're during the moment, say, hey, can you do this instead? Can you do this faster? Can you do this slower? Can you do it like this? And even if you have to go the extra mile to show them, because not everybody has had sexual experience or enough sexual experience to understand what you mean by what you say. Sometimes people are visual learners. Some people can hear things and know exactly what it is that you want done. So just keep trying. Just keep taking. It's practice, essentially. When things don't work, talk about it. When things do work, talk about it, so that way you two understand what works and what doesn't work, so they can continue to do the things that does work. And when they do the things that don't work, then y'all can kind of work through that together by communicating. What do you do when your partner understands your insecurities, but when you get in an argument, they say it? I feel like that's an attack. Because if I tell you, here are my boundaries, here are my insecurities, here's the things that I'm insecure about with myself. I'm insecure at the fact that I have a gap. And then we get into an argument, which we shouldn't be arguing in the first place, but because you're upset, now you're trying to make me feel pain. Now you're trying to make me more upset at the fact that you're pointing out things that I already told you that made me insecure by saying, oh, I don't like your gap. Your gap is stupid. See what I'm saying? Like, it almost feels like an attack because you're intentionally doing it, or you're intentionally pointing out the things, out of all the things you could have said, you're intentionally pointing out the things that I'm uncomfortable with or I'm insecure about. So therefore, to me, it feels like an attack. But first and foremost, we shouldn't be arguing to begin with. You look like Kanye West. Appreciate that. Maria, good morning. When does a boy become a man? He's 31. We have a 2-month-old. I always lead. That's a good question. When does a boy become a man? I have no clue. Every man and boy has different stages and different progressiveness in their life and different influences. And some guys have been cuddled their whole life, so they never become a man. Some men have had to become a man early in life because they haven't been cuddled and they haven't had support. It just depends. I don't know. It's different variables that influence a boy to become a man. It's different influences that keep a man with a boy mindset. So I couldn't answer that question for you, unfortunately. What do I do when my husband doesn't value and respect me for the way I am? If he doesn't respect you for the way you are, you two have talked about it, and he's just not comprehending, then you have to ask yourself, is it worth staying in that marriage? Is it worth staying in that relationship? And maybe he's just not comprehending what you're saying. So before you leave that marriage and that relationship, because I will never tell you to leave, I will never tell you to stay. What I will tell you to do is exhaust all options, and if that includes therapy or counseling so he can try to comprehend what you're saying through another source or a third party, that might be beneficial. But try different things to try to get through to him, but also understand his perspective and his point of view. So it's not just you telling him what you need and what you want, but also understanding that he has wants and needs too, and you're leaving that door open for him to vent to you and tell you what he needs and wants in conjunction with what you want and what you need. You said she's my ex. Then why are you so worried about your ex if she's your ex, Joey? It seems like you still have feelings for your ex. If they don't get along, there's with their certain family members, but he doesn't want to go to family function. Without you, you feel like a type of way. They don't want you going. Well, you're not going for them, you're going for your partner. But if you feel uncomfortable with it, then you have to find out a middle ground. It's not that your uncomfortableness is more important than him wanting you to go, but one of you have to fold. One of you going to have to say, okay, I recognize you're uncomfortable, you don't have to go, or I recognize that me going is important to you, so I'm going to go and just bite that bullet. But one of you are going to have to give in the situation. Priscilla, how you doing? Thank you for sharing the live, sweetheart. Appreciate it. I don't think Joey's blocked his ex because he still might have feelings for her. That's the only reason you'd be paying attention to what your ex is doing and how often they're doing it, is if you want to be engaged with him. He always throws the things he's done for me in my face when I have more than reciprocated. How to create a meaningful friendship with someone. Oh, okay, that's two different ones. He always throws the things he's done for me in my face when I have more than reciprocated. So I think where the disconnect kind of comes in at that situation, or in that situation, or in a situation like that, is you feel like you're giving 100%. He feels like he's giving 100%. But you want his 100% to look different, and he might want your 100% to look different. What I mean by that is, you might be like, oh, I'm giving 100% by cooking, cleaning, and taking care of him in a way I feel like he wants to be taken care of because I know him. But because it's not the way he wants to be taken care of, it's not that what you're doing is bad. It's not that what you're doing isn't enough. He just wants it to look different. So instead of cooking and cleaning for him, or instead of taking care of him the way you feel like is necessary, he might want you to take care of him the way he wants to be taken care of. He might want to be loved the way he wants to be loved, and vice versa. So what that could look like is if you two have two different love languages. Maybe his love language is physical touch. Maybe yours is receiving gifts. And let's say because his love language is physical touch, he's loving you the way he feels like he would want to be loved, which is through physical touch. So he's making sure he's giving you the most physical touch he possibly can, and you're looking for flowers, you're looking to be taken out on dates. So you feel like his effort isn't good enough because he's not presenting his effort the way you would want to see it. So it's not that his physical touch isn't good enough, but you're expecting something different. You're expecting his 100% to look different. And let's say because your love language is receiving gifts, you give him gifts, you buy him things, and he's like, yeah, that's cool and all, but I just want to be loved on. I just want to be kissed. I just want to be hugged. I just want to be cuddled. So it's not that your 100% isn't good enough. He just might want your 100% to look different. So now you two have a miscommunication on how you both are being loved, because you feel like you're getting 100%. He feels like he's giving 100%, but both of you are identifying that it's just not enough on both ends. So we have to figure out where this communication, or where this misinterpretation, or where this misunderstanding is happening, in order for us to identify the problems and the issues. How to create a meaningful friendship with someone I have to learn from but have nothing to talk to, or share to maintain it. How to create a meaningful friendship with someone I have to learn from. I'm kind of confused on that question. I'm sorry. How to create a meaningful relationship with someone I have to learn from but have nothing to talk to. If you don't mind, LOL, can you rephrase that question for me? I'm sorry. I'm not saying I'm slow. I'm just not that fast. I meant he don't want me to go, so it seems like he don't want me around his family. Have you asked him why he doesn't want you to go? Out of curiosity. How's your morning? Did you already have breakfast? I did. I had breakfast this morning. How's your morning going, by the way? I don't want to leave the marriage, but it's taking a toll on me too much mentally. He gives me the silent treatment when we were trying to communicate. I asked him last night, why is he with me? Why are we married? All he said was because he wants to. So we're past the point of silent treatment and arguments and stuff like that, right? The reason I say this is because y'all two are married. Realistically speaking, nothing really changes from a relationship to a marriage. If the relationship is shitty, more likely the marriage is going to be shitty. But you would think that as time progresses, you would be better at communicating with your partner. You'd be better at talking and working through things. You'd be better at conveying your feelings and emotions. You'd be better at loving your partner physically and emotionally. Like, you would assume that the more time passes, the better you would get at being a partner with your partner. But unfortunately, a lot of times it's quite the opposite. It's like the more time y'all spend together, the more distance there is, or the more space there is between you two, and you two can't figure out how to navigate each other or fill each other out or understand each other. And it's a weird concept. The more you do something, you would assume that the better you get at it. But that's not the case in every case. I know a lot of people like, oh, well, that just happens over time and a relationship dies out. It dies out because individuals are refusing to communicate. It dies out because individuals are refusing to point out the complacencies and work on them. It dies out because people refuse to put in the work over time and just assume that the more time you spend together, the better you're going to know each other. But if you're not actively putting in the work over time, then that means that it's going to lead to you getting complacent as a partner, and they're going to get complacent as well and just say, oh, this is what the relationship looks like. So it just kind of is what it is. Got to put in that work consistently. But if the other individual isn't willing to put in the work, especially at the point of being married, then when is the work going to be put in? If they're giving you the silent treatment where you go to communicate, nothing's getting solved. If they stonewall, nothing's getting solved. If they walk away, nothing's getting solved. If they argue, nothing's getting solved. If they do anything else besides communicate, nothing is getting solved in that relationship. Nothing. Not a thing. So I can understand where your frustration and your stress is coming in at. I've even voiced I don't like being ignored, given the silent treatment, but nothing. Silent treatment is like a form of punishment. My love language is staying single, being happy, and giving myself everything I need. Tammy, I feel it. What to do when your significant other is down and they feel like they haven't accomplished anything, but you lost what they accomplished and they don't want to hear it? What to do at that point? He feels anxious because he's on protect mode and he scared his family would say something out the way and make me flip out. So how are you ever supposed to engage with his family if he feels like he has to protect you from his family? I think that he has to set boundaries, or I feel like he has to set boundaries with his family, but also be aware that he can't control every situation. What I mean by that is his family can have an opinion. In the same breath, if they can't have an opinion of value, they need to not have an opinion at all. You're going to be around, you're going to be in his life, you're going to be a part of his life for the rest of his life, for the rest of your life. Therefore, he can't protect you from his family all the time. He has to get his family to understand that because they respect him, you are an extension of him, and they have to respect you, and they can't be respectful, then they need to not say nothing at all to you. Also, you have to take them for where they are, and they might say things to you just like somebody on the street might say something to you. It is what it is. You flipping out is going to put your partner between a rock and a hard place because he's going to have to decide if he's going to choose between you or his family. And that's not a position anybody wants to be in. I understand that they could be frustrated. I can understand they could be disrespectful, and that you're not going to tolerate disrespect. But at the same time, he has to step in between you and his family to say, hey, y'all need to respect my woman. Y'all need to respect my partner because this is who I want to be with. And if y'all can't be happy for me, then I need y'all to separate yourself from me because I'm not going to tolerate the disrespect that y'all are providing for my partner. He has to be that wall in between you and his family. So like he's on protect mode, he needs to actually be on protect mode. He needs to actually step in and do what he needs to do and take care of that situation. So, and also in conjunction with that, with your significant other being down because they feel like they haven't accomplished anything, it's okay to feel that way, but being down about not accomplishing anything is not going to help you accomplish anything. So, if he's identified that he's not where he wants to be in life, he needs to figure out how to get to where he wants to be in life, because playing that little violin about where he's not at in life isn't going to get him where he needs to be. So we need to make a game plan to figure out where we want to go and how we're going to get there and how long it might take to get there. We need to make a plan on what we're going to do next, because feeling sorry for ourselves is not the answer. But you're still with him, acknowledging the fact that he's not where he wants to be. So obviously where he wants to be is important, but it's not that important to where your relationship is on the line because of it. You're still supportive. You're still there for him. You're still there with him. So he needs to take the help and understand that he doesn't have to be Superman with the S on his chest. He needs to understand he has a teammate who's going to help him work through the hard things and figure it out for the both of you. Not that all the responsibility falls on you, but you take part of the responsibility being his partner and saying, hey, I support you, I'm here for you, let's figure this shit out. You say you just feel numb. You say, I told him I haven't felt love. I told him I feel he hasn't loved me in a long time like we used to. He didn't say anything. I just feel numb. So you're just pretty much in a relationship or the marriage by yourself is what I'm getting. My morning is good. I went to the gym, got home, shower. I have to go to work in a bit. I feel like, how was the gym? We've been married 5 years. I feel like it's just trauma bonding at this point. I get that. And sometimes it's time to call it quits. And it's okay if you get to that point, because the alternative is staying in a relationship or a marriage being unhappy the way you are. Priscilla, thank you for the donations. Thank you for the roses. No, he flipped out. Not me. I don't care what they say. My family is worse. I feel it. What if your husband is breaking down after an infidelity begging you but keeps lying? Why keep entertaining it? He made decisions to commit infidelity in a relationship, and now he's crying. So the crying part should have happened when he had the thought of cheating. The crying part should have happened before, when he could have came to you and acknowledged the fact that he felt like there were things he was missing in that marriage with you. And he could have came to you and voiced that, even if it caused him to cry, because he was that emotional about and that passionate about the things that he felt like he was missing out of the marriage with you. But he didn't do that. Instead, he thought about cheating, then thought about you, still didn't come to you. He thought about cheating, didn't decide to leave a relationship. He still decided to cheat, got caught, and now he's crying because he got caught. He's crying because he intentionally committed the actions that was going to put the relationship in jeopardy. Now he's crying to get you back, saying he's sorry for the actions that he did. So instead of being proactive and preventing himself from cheating, he decided to be reactive, cheated, and now he's begging for you back. It's almost like it's the consequences of his own actions. And of course he's going to keep lying because the truth sounds like shit. Because the truth is going to force him to take accountability for his shitty actions that he committed in a relationship, identifying that his shitty actions affected you, his partner who cared about him, in a negative way. So he's going to continue to lie to you because the lies sound better than the truth. The lies hurt less. Not realizing that the damage is already done because of the infidelity that he committed in a relationship. And you're saying, what do you do in that situation? You decide. I'm not in your situation. You have to decide. Shauna, thank you so much for sharing the live. Shauna, how you doing, by the way? Where am I at? Carmen, thanks for the follow. And he has to set it up where he needs to be. He starts next month, so we know the time frame. But because it isn't right away, it seems like an issue. I don't know if it's because of age or something. Yeah, I would ask, if you haven't already, why does he feel like there's such a rush in this situation? Lala, thanks for the follow. The gym was good, still weird without AirPod. Took my beats today, not the same. Yeah, I get that. AirPods, they change things. Once you get them AirPods, you can't tell me nothing because I can't hear you. I don't hear broke. They change things for people. My girlfriend got this pumpkin spice creamer, Starbucks creamer from, where did we go? Aldi? Fuego. Neither of us can get a warehouse job, but as soon as we fell out, he ran and got a second job in it. He said he told me one time before it's because he married that since he a husband, he feels like he needs to be supporting us. I understand what he's saying, but everything that he wants and needs to get done is going to happen over time. It's not going to happen overnight. And as long as he's staying on track and staying on course, it's eventually going to get there. But as of right now, it's not there. And I can understand that's very stressful because he feels like he should already have it. But he has to identify the work he had to put in order to get to this point to possibly have it within the near future. If he never took the time to put in the work he did in the past, he would never be in a position to obtain the things that he's pursuing now. So he has to identify where he was and where he is now to look at that and say, okay, I needed that time to take care of these things, just like I need time to take care of this. Time is going to happen. It's going to come, but it's not going to happen overnight. So being stressed out about things that are gonna happen but haven't happened yet is only gonna put, as you stated, him in a depressive state of feeling like he's failing, but he's not failing. He hasn't obtained it yet. There's a difference. Ended up being a warehouse job. I expressed to him that I'm not comfortable with. He said he was sorry. He was going to do anything to make me happy and comfortable since he is. Oh shit. Didn't know Aldi sold it. I didn't know either. She did a pickup order, and because she was talking about getting creamer, she did a pickup order for creamer and some other groceries. And I seen it in the back. I was like, oh shit, it's that time of the year already. Pumpkin spice me then. Shit. Let me get in my pumpkin spice mood. It's fall. It's autumn. You can't tell me nothing. It might be 85 degrees outside, but to me it's fall. I'm gonna wear sweatpants and a hoodie. I'm gonna fall the fuck out because of this heat. But it's fall. You said neither one of us can get a warehouse job, but as soon as we fell out, he ran and got a second job. Ended up being a warehouse job. I expressed to him that I'm not comfortable with. He said he was sorry. Aren't you comfortable with a warehouse job out of curiosity? My feelings is just by still going on knowing that I feel so strongly I feel about warehouse jobs. Why do you feel that way about warehouse jobs out of curiosity? Not saying that the way you feel is wrong. I'm just curious. Like, I like to know the reason why about things. So when I ask questions, it's not that I'm questioning your action or your feelings. I'm just trying to understand the reason why so I can understand your perspective upon you feeling the way you feel. That's more so what I'm getting at. I feel like beats don't have enough value. My AirPods or everything. That's because they in your ear, like they in your canal. Your AirPods like, we out here, we here. I can't. You said what? I can't hear you. Thank you all for the likes. I appreciate it. Hi Ryan. Any tips/advice on how to begin shadow work? First and foremost, identify the things that you feel like you have to work on. So what that looks like is the easiest way that I figured out what I need to work on was I identified why I felt like I needed a relationship. At a certain point in my life, I felt like I needed to be in a relationship. And I identify, like, is it codependency? Am I afraid to be alone? Do I want somebody there? Do I just need a friend? Do I need an attachment? Like, what is it that I feel like I need? If it's codependency, why do I feel like it's codependency? Does that root in childhood trauma? Does it root in people leaving me and just walking away? Does it root in, like, my past relationship experiences? And then the further I dig, the more work I acknowledge that I need to do. So I can't just say, oh, I'm codependent. It is what it is. It's, hey, I'm codependent, and I'm codependent because I'm used to people leaving out of my life, and I haven't had somebody there for me to stay. And I got to the point where I was so used to people leaving that it became the norm, and it's hard for me to build an attachment with people. And it's not so much that it's codependency anymore. Now it's become avoidant because I'm used to people leaving, so I don't build connections with people. Because I don't build connections with people, I can't get hurt if I don't have a connection with you. But also because I'm human, I'm craving a connection. But how do I have a connection when I'm avoidant? Because I won't build any type of intimacy with this individual in fear of being hurt. Why am I having fear of being hurt? Well, because I know what it's like to be hurt in the past due to people who were leaving, who I cared about or who I thought cared about me. And then you go down this rabbit hole to identify the root cause to say, oh, well, I need to stop being avoidant. How do I stay? You work your way backwards. How do I stop being avoidant? Well, I need to actually commit to somebody. How do I commit to somebody? How do I feel comfortable committing to somebody? Well, I need to know that it's safe and they're not going to leave. What do I need from them in order to feel like I know it's safe and they're not going to leave? Well, I need to know they're serious about this. I need to see it in their actions. I need to hear it in their words. I need them to tell me it's going to be okay. It's safe here. They're not going to walk away. They're not going to leave. Hypothetically speaking, though, what if they do leave? What if they prove to me that they're just like everybody else? How am I going to be okay with myself? Well, I need to understand that not everybody's for me. I'm not compatible with everybody, and it's okay. And some people are there for a moment. Some people are going to be there for the rest of my life. And maybe this is just a person who was here for the moment. They could be an amazing person. I don't have to hate them, but I can acknowledge the fact that they're not meant to be in my life the way I expected them to or wanted them to, and that's okay. And then I take every single situation when it comes to avoiding, when it comes to expressing emotions and feelings, when it comes to being vulnerable, all the things that I'm expecting my partner to have, all the things that I feel like I'm not capable of doing, I have to figure out the reason why. Why? So I can identify what I need to work on and how I need to work on it, and being real with myself and understanding that it makes no sense for me to have an ego. I don't know everything. I can't claim to know everything because I'm learning. As long as I have patience, understanding, and a will to learn and ask questions, I'm undefeated. I'm undefeated because I don't know everything and I'm still learning. And I acknowledge to other people that, hey, I might not know how to do this and I'm still learning. And if I do it the wrong way, call me out because I have the best intentions and I'm doing what I feel like is right. But if it's not the right thing for you, then let me know so that way I can make it look different. Compared to, well, I'm doing the best I can and this is all I know how to do. And if it ain't good enough for you, then fuck you. That's not the way you approach situations because you will never get anything that way. Acknowledge the fact that you are ignorant. You don't know everything. You might have had experiences and assume you know everything based off those experiences, but this is a new experience that you have not had. Therefore, you can't assume that you know everything about something new that you never had an experience of, because where did you gain the knowledge from about things that you never knew existed? You have to be open, understanding, and have patience. So shadow work looks different for everybody, but I know for me, it calls me to ask why. Why do I feel the way I feel? Well, I feel the way I feel because of the situation. Well, what does the situation look like? The situation looks like this. Okay, what about the situation made me feel the way I feel, and why did I perceive it the way I did? Is it due to past experiences or is it due to current experiences? And like I said, it takes a lot of inner work for me personally. And people sometimes do that in therapy. I personally didn't do therapy. Like, I've tried therapy, but I didn't do it for my inner work. I tried therapy to see what therapy was and experience it. It just wasn't for me. But I get the concept of therapy. Concept of therapy is for someone else to identify what you got going on and how to assess it. They pretty much say, okay, here's your problem from what you're telling me, and here's the tools that might help you fix that problem. I grasp the concept of therapy, but I don't need to talk to another person to identify what I got going on. I know what I got going on. I just need to get over that hump to fix it or to change it or to work on it, essentially. But running away from it or not trying to acknowledge it's not there or try to acknowledge that I'm perfect or I'm so amazing, I'd be so fucking ignorant to say that. I'd be so stupid to say that. I've been through some shit. I've seen some shit. I got mental health, I got emotional, I got childhood trauma, I got trauma in general. I've been through shitty relationships, been in narcissistic relationships. I'm not perfect by any means. What did I learn from everything that I've been through? Why am I the way I am? How can I change the things I don't like? How can I learn how to live with the things that I can't change? And how can I continue to do the things I do like? It's just a lot of questions for myself. My feelings, let's see, where am I? Wasabi, good morning. Because nothing good happens at warehouse shops. 99% of people cheating on their partners. Also, he bragged about cheating on his girlfriend that she never found out what happened in the warehouse, so it was a boundary for me. I meant his last girlfriend, excuse me. So you feel like you don't want him to get a job that can progressively help your relationship financially due to the fact that you're afraid of him going to work to cheat. That's what I'm getting from what you're telling me. So you're afraid of him work. He could work anywhere else except a warehouse job because he told you before that he cheated on his last girlfriend with somebody at a warehouse shop. So now you're trying to prevent him from working at warehouse jobs and making money because you're afraid of him cheating. So he can't cheat at a grocery store. He can't cheat at another job at a desk job somewhere. He can't cheat working at Foot Locker. He can't cheat working at the mall. He can't cheat nowhere else but a warehouse job. You don't want him working there. That's what I'm getting from you. Quick question. How can I get out of the friend zone? Ask the other individual if they're looking for a relationship and how they feel about you. That way you get a better idea if they want a relationship, and then you get a better idea of genuinely how they feel about you. So you can see if this is a situation that you should even bother pursuing based off how they feel about you and based off what they're looking for. I definitely have codependency issues. Kelly, thanks for sharing the live. So the issue with codependency in relationships is the fact that you're codependent, which means like if you have a hole inside of you, you're relying on somebody else to fill that hole. And it's all good as long as they're filling that hole within inside of you. But when they leave, they take that part of you back with them. And now you have that hole again. Now you're looking for somebody to fill that hole. But if you fill that hole yourself, where does the codependency lie? Because you're not reliant on somebody else to do the things that you could do for yourself. You're looking for somebody to add to the things that you've already done for yourself. Self-awareness. Yep. How do you suggest you find someone compatible? How long did it take you to meet your girlfriend? I was on Tinder for probably 6 months prior to meeting my girlfriend. And I've met a few women in between. I met some in person. I met some like through like FaceTime we've talked, or through like just the app, texting back and forth, where the case is. And what I was looking for was a relationship. What I was looking for was somebody to be truthful and honest. What I was looking for was transparency. What I was looking for was somebody to be willing to work the same way I'm willing to work. And I met a lot of people who just wanted sex. I met a lot of people who just wanted conversation. I met a lot of people who were very codependent and they didn't want a relationship. They feel like they needed a relationship. I don't ever want to be somebody's need. I want to be somebody's want. I met people who wanted a relationship and expected me to pay their bills. I met people who were looking for me to add to the relationship, as in like a poly relationship. So I've met a lot of people who wanted different things from me as a partner that I was just like, no, I'm good. No matter how attractive you are, no matter what your situation looks like, I know what I'm looking for. And if your wants and needs don't align with mine as far as wanting a committed relationship that involves transparency, vulnerability, and you putting in the work, I don't want it. And I'm not going to settle for less, because I know what it looks like settling for less. It looks like me being complacent with what I got. And me being complacent is not going to lead to happiness. It's me settling for something just because it is something, rather than waiting for what I truly deserve. Because there's no rush to be in a relationship. There's no fucking rush. I'd rather wait as long as it takes for me to find a good, healthy relationship than to go from relationship to relationship to relationship to relationship and then end up with the same results. Why would I do that to myself? So to answer your question, it took me 6 months being on Tinder to find my girl, like to match with my girlfriend and like really get to know her and stuff like that. What if you try everything and support them, but they tell you they aren't a safe person, or say you can't be there for them because you have your own stuff going on? I feel like you could be there for someone even when you have your own stuff. I tell him we both need to talk to each other when we feel we're there for each other. So I understand where he's coming from. He's feeling like he doesn't want to make his problems your problems because you got your own things going on, so he feels like he has to tackle the world by himself. I get that. Let me put it in a different perspective. Therapists, guess what? They're humans. And guess what? There's therapists who go to other therapists because they need somebody to talk to because they're working through shit. So you don't go to therapy like, hey, I don't want you to hear my problems and my feelings because you got shit going on, so it's cool. You can deal with yours, I'm going to deal with mine. You go to therapy and you vent, right? Because you don't care what they got going on. All you know is that they're listening to validate and to hear you. So when you get in a relationship, guess what? We're all going through shit. You as an individual have your own life. Them as an individual have their own life. But y'all together have a life as well. Y'all are two individuals who are deciding to coexist and live your lives together as independent individuals, but together. Y'all are coexisting. So you're going to have shit going on. He's going to have shit going on. Guess what? You got shit going on in a relationship too. But he has a teammate who volunteered to say, hey, even though I got shit going on, I still want to be there for you. And guess what? Even though you got shit going on, I still want you to be here for me. So I understand what he's saying because he was trying to lighten your load essentially with problems and issues, but your job as a partner is to be there for him when he can't carry the load by himself. To put it in a metaphoric sense, he's trying to carry a sectional by himself. He's like, oh, no, I got it. I'm just going to break my back and try to carry this sectional. You're like, let me grab the other end of this couch real quick so I can help you move it. He's like, nah, I'll take care of it because you got other stuff you need to worry about. Go take care of things you need to worry about. And you're like, baby, I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to be here for you to help you carry this load so you don't have to do it yourself and hurt yourself. I'm here for you. Let me help you. He's like, nah, I got it. I'm Superman. That shit gets draining. What's the point of being in a relationship and still acting like an individual? This is the point where you sacrifice your selfishness for selflessness. Once you agree to a relationship, you agree to be selfless. That means you agree to let your partner in, you agree to let your partner help, you agree to confide in your partner, you agree to talk to your partner, you agree to work with your teammate. That's what you signed up for, to be selfless, not selfish. And right now, he still has a selfish mentality. My problems are my problems, your problems are your problems. That's what it sounds like. After 2 weeks of no contact, after 2 weeks of no contact, hello, by the way. My ex asked if we could be friends with benefits. What does that mean? Can y'all be friends with benefits? That's what that means. I understand you're looking for a deeper meaning. Right now it's black and white. I understand you're looking for a deeper meaning. He hasn't talked to me in 2 weeks, and all of a sudden he pops up and he wants to be friends with benefits. Does he want to try a relationship again? Does he have feelings for me? Is this going to go somewhere? Are we going to be serious this time around? Does he just want sex from me? I understand you're trying to look for a deeper meaning. Take it for what it is. Your ex disappeared for 2 weeks, came back and said, I want to be friends with benefits. I want to give you the relationship benefits without the title and without the obligation, without the dedication of a relationship. I want to see other people, but I still want to be intimate with you. That's exactly what he's telling you. You take that information for what it is, and you navigate that based off the information that you know to be true. Yes, anywhere else, but no, he just got caught cheating, so I don't feel comfortable with that type of job. He asks us if he can't pick up or call on break, etc. So is that job more important than your relationship? I can't explain it correctly. Do you have Instagram so I can get a voice message instead so it could be explained correctly? You can send a message on Instagram if you like. That's totally up to you. That's just a rough situation though, because he is at work and you're expecting him to pick up and text and call while he's at work, but also you don't want him to work at certain places because you're uncomfortable with the fact that he might cheat. Realistically, he could cheat anywhere, everywhere. He could cheat at home, sit next to you, on social media. He could cheat texting other women while you're asleep. He could cheat while he goes to the bathroom and uses the bathroom. He could cheat when he drives to work in the morning. He can cheat if he goes to the local coffee shop and meets somebody else who he's attracted to. He can cheat anywhere, anytime, any place. It doesn't matter where he is. If he wanted to cheat, he's going to cheat. You can't prevent the other person from cheating. All you can do is have enough trust and faith in the other person that they have enough trust and faith in you as a partner that they want this to work. And if they don't want it to work and they cheat, then what are you going to do in conjunction with them cheating? You're going to probably leave the relationship, right? Because you've been cheated on, you've been lied to, the relationship isn't worth pouring into anymore. But if you try your best to prevent this person from cheating, so you tell them you can't work there because you've cheated before. You can't do this because you cheated before. You didn't pick up the phone, you're cheating. You can't do this because you're cheating. Eventually, they are going to cheat if you keep accusing them of the things that they're not doing. Because I'm like, fuck it, if you're going to continue to accuse me, I might as well just go do it. And at this point, it ain't like, I fucking knew you were cheating. I knew it this whole time. They're like, well, you told me I was cheating, so I might as well go cheat, right? That could be, I've seen it, and I'm saying this is a possibility. I'm not saying this is your possibility, I'm just giving you another perspective. I don't know if you remember me, but I'm the girl that baby daddy walked out on me last week. Lexi, I remember. What if someone says, quote, I feel like I don't deserve you and provides no vision for your relationship? Instead of saying, I feel like I don't deserve you, I feel like that could have been handled a lot differently. Instead of feeling like, I feel like I don't deserve you, what has he done or why does he feel like he doesn't deserve you? What is he not doing that he feels like he doesn't deserve who you are as a person? I would have questions for that situation. Kind of find out he's now saying at his friend's house it's not his baby, but telling me he wants to co-parent. What? What? Why is he like this? Do you believe it's important to build a friendship before getting into a relationship? And if so, how would you go about building a friendship first? I don't believe it's important. I personally don't believe it's important. To give you an example, my girlfriend and I did not know each other before we met on Tinder. We met on Tinder. We started talking every single day since then. and we've been together for 3 years. We were never friends prior to that. We didn't even know each other existed prior to that. We scrolled through the exact same way, found each other on Tinder, and we talked, and we were transparent, we were honest, got in a relationship, our best friends and lovers and everything else in between. I don't feel like it's imperative to have a friendship first. I feel like it's important to get to know your partner first. I feel like it's important to see if their values align. I think it's important to see what their goals are, their aspirations, to see if they have the same values or similar values, to see if it's somebody you want to pursue a relationship with. I feel like those things are important. Inevitably, in between conversation, you're going to build that comfortability. You're going to build that friendship while being in a relationship at the same time. That's very plausible. It's very possible. But I don't think you necessarily have to be like, hey, we're best friends. Okay, now we're in a relationship. Okay, I don't feel like that's necessary. That's what I'm going to try to do, because I know I was friend zoned, but I'm trying to figure them out. Yeah, ask questions. Don't be afraid to ask. Am I wrong for not wanting him in his son's life? If that's his actual son, you can not want him in his son's life, but he has legal obligation. Not legal obligation, but he has legal access to his son. To your guys. I don't hate to say, because your son, y'all's son isn't like, this is my son. Because it took both y'all to bring that child into this world. So I don't want to say it in the sense of like that's his son as in an ownership way. I'm saying from his perspective, he has legal access to your all's child. So even though you might not want him to be a parent, you might not want him to be involved, if he really wanted to, he could take you to court, get somewhat of custody, and then you have no say so because everything's in black and white. So you might feel strongly about the way you feel due to the relationship you two had, but realistically, it's not about you anymore. Y'all two didn't work out. It's about y'all's child having both parents in his life, whatever way that looks like, or whatever way possible. So even if that includes him co-parenting, it's the benefit of the child. It's not about y'all no more. Seth, how you doing? By the way, thank you for the donation. Asked you what's going on. I was just typing at the end of the they're gonna cheat wherever, so it's 1 or 2. He tells me he still has feelings for me. I want no contact because I was the one who got dumped. So why entertain it? If he was willing to dump you, but now he wants to come back, why continue to entertain that situation? Can we just do a phone call? Because I have a lot of questions. You can. I don't have a way for a phone call. But if you want, you can email me. You can send me a voice message on Instagram if you want to do that. You could DM me. Like I said, I don't have a way necessarily for, well, maybe through Zoom, I guess. That would be an option, I guess. I don't know. He lost the trust. He lost the benefit of the doubt. He already cheated. I'm not accusing it happened. Then why be with him? If you have trust issues in your relationship, then why be with somebody you can't trust? That's more so the question that I'm getting at ultimately. I understand that it's no longer a possibility because it actually happened already. He actually cheated. He actually lied. He actually hid things. He actually went out and do everything that you're trying to prevent him from doing. I understand you. I get you. I hear you. My question in return to you is that if you cannot trust him as far as you can throw him, then why be with him? You either trust him and allow him to do what he's going to do regardless, or you have trust issues and you're trying to prevent him from doing things because you can't trust him, and so you're trying to prevent him from doing the things that he's done already in the past. Why do this to yourself? That's more so what I'm asking as far as the question is concerned. Back to your other question. What if relationships make you lose yourself? How does that work? You only lose yourself because you're too busy focused on a relationship and not yourself. We got to realize that even though you're in a relationship, you don't just stop working on yourself and then give all your focus to the relationship and the other person. You're still working on yourself in conjunction with the relationship and the other person. So as you're growing, everything else is still growing with you. You don't just stop your growth and then focus on this, because once this is gone, guess what? Your growth is down here. You still get all this to go. You only lose yourself when you're too busy focused on everything else but yourself. Would friends with benefits be a bad thing? This is your life to live. 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 So there's no such thing as bad thing or good thing unless you determine it's a bad thing or a good thing. All I'm saying is that you have an ex who broke up with you. And because he broke up with you, y'all went 2 weeks no contact. Then this guy appears out of nowhere and hits you up and say, hey, I miss you. Let's be friends with benefits. And now you're questioning if you should be friends with benefits with the same person who broke up with you in a relationship that you had to go no contact with because they broke up with you. And now you want to be friends with benefits with this individual. And I think in a lot of cases when people want to be friends with benefits, they'd rather be friends with benefits and have a relationship-like relationship, acknowledging the fact that they're never going to get the actual relationship that they want. Because if they were able to commit to you before, what's preventing them from committing to you again? But if you want a friends with benefits with your ex, go pursue a friends with benefits with your ex. And if it doesn't work out like the way you expected it to because you want a relationship but you're settling for friends with benefits to see where it's going to go, then you try it. But if you're okay with the friends with benefits dynamic and that's what you want, then go for it. But this is your life to live, so this is a decision you have to make within yourself to say, this is wrong, I don't want to do that, or this is okay, I'm okay with this. But it's not necessarily bad or good. My opinion doesn't determine what's bad or good for your life. This is your life to live. What if they say things about you to like others are better than you, or they say once they work they want to be alone? How should you feel about that? You want to be with them but feel like they are leaving after they start working and want to put emotions in but feel like what's the point? So I'm more so looking for a question because like it feels like you are in a situation where you're questioning a lot of things in your relationship. And you're trying to determine if it's normal or if it's not normal, if it's okay, if it's not okay. If they are doing things that are making you uncomfortable, look at it in black and white. Don't think too much about it. You're going to complicate it. You're going to drive yourself crazy. Look at it in very much black and white. If they are doing things that are making you uncomfortable and you've acknowledged it, try your best to talk to them and bring it to their attention. And if they don't want to work through it, or if they ignore it, or if the behavior continues, you try to talk to them again. And if they ignore it and the behavior continues, then what more can you continuously do besides bring it to their attention? Because essentially they have to want to change it. They have to want to do something different. They have to want to break the cycle. And if they don't want to break the cycle, then you have to question, are you willing to stay in a relationship where the cycle's never going to change? Or are you going to change the cycle by leaving the relationship? You can question, what does this mean? What does that mean? What if this and what if that? Long story short, if they are doing things that make you uncomfortable, they are saying things that make you uncomfortable, if they are not giving a fuck about your boundaries, you have to give a fuck about your boundaries and question, are you willing to stay with somebody who claims they love you, but they're showing you they don't care about you? Or are you willing to leave that relationship acknowledging the fact that you can still love them, but they're unhealthy for you, so therefore you have to separate yourself from them? Relationships require logic, and unfortunately women are emotional. I think a lot of women are looking for more to the situation than what it is. What's your Instagram so I can see your voice message better explain it? My Instagram's in my bio. So if you go to my Instagram, if you go to my profile, you can either click the link or there's a little box right next to like where it says send message. And it might be like a little YouTube icon, but if you click it, it should pop up an Instagram icon. But if it doesn't, you can always go to the link in my bio, and then all my links for all the social medias are there. They are leaving after they started working and want to put it more. Ryan keeps showing us a lot of things, just black and white, still apply emotion. I don't have Instagram, but can Zoom. Yeah, just email me. My email's in my profile. Just email me. So you don't believe if I'm willing to work on things, he should do what makes me feel comfortable until we rebuild trust. The thing is that he himself, I'm not saying you're wrong. What I'm saying is that no matter how much work you do, he has to want to reciprocate the work. And if he's not actively wanting to reciprocate the work, then you're going to find yourself running yourself exhausted in that relationship, trying to compensate for the work that he's not putting into the relationship. And you're going to be frustrated. You're going to hold an internal grudge against him. You're going to be angry. You're going to be depressed. You're going to be stressed out because your partner is not participating in a relationship by reciprocating the actions and the words that you would want him to do. Therefore, if you are identifying that he's still continuously showing the same actions and saying the same things over and over again, no matter how much you do, no matter how much you say to try to change the situation, then what more can you genuinely do in that situation that is not going to change because he's not willing to change? That's what I'm saying. Somebody listen to that Wheezy. 6 foot, 7 foot, 8 foot. Hey, what's going on? Queen, how you feeling? Excuse my charisma. Vodka with a spritzer. Swagger down pat. Call my shit Patricia. Yeah, money militia. I'm the commissioner. You don't want to stop Wheezy because the F is for finisher. Anna, how you doing? Thank you for the follow. I'm just asking, am I wrong for wanting it to do what makes me comfortable? If he wants this to work, he should do whatever it takes to fix what he has broken. I won't say whatever it takes because that's kind of like a lot. You need to do whatever I tell you to do because you're the one who broke the trust in this relationship. That could be misconstrued. But he needs to do the things that are necessary in order to rebuild the trust. That's a different... because it sounds different, it looks different. So if I tell you, because you broke the trust in the relationship, you need to do whatever it takes to rectify the situation, compared to saying, hey, because you broke the trust in our relationship, I feel like it is necessary for you to put in the work to rebuild the trust on your end for us as a unit. You see what I'm saying? One sounds demanding, the other one sounds like, hey, so just letting you know, if you decide to come back, you need to work on your shit. Asking for what you need more than once is begging at that point. I feel it. Just think for sharing a lie. Should it affect your self-esteem if someone refuses to commit to you? No. Why did it affect your self-esteem? Because they want something different than you. Should it affect your... This is what that looks like. Should it affect your self-esteem because you like the color blue and I say, no, I don't like the color blue. I think it's ugly. I like the color red. Should that affect how you move? Should that affect the way you look at the color blue? No. Because you have an opinion and you have a perspective. I have an opinion and I have a perspective. We just have a difference in opinions and perspectives. In this case, if somebody doesn't want to commit to you, they just have a difference in wants and needs. And you're unfortunately not part of that want or that need when it comes to having a commitment or a relationship with you. It shouldn't affect what you want and who you are as a person. It's just this person out of 7 billion people doesn't want to be with you. Okay? What do you need to do to be okay with being alone? What do you need to do with being okay with being alone? That's the bigger question. What do you feel like you need as an individual to be okay with being alone? Because what I need to be okay is going to look different from what you need to be okay. So how to answer that question for yourself is, when I get into a relationship and it doesn't work out, why am I so heartbroken? Why am I so hurt over the situation not working out? Why am I devastated? Why am I depressed? What do you feel like you need to get out of that state that doesn't require the other person to be present? What do you need besides your ex so you can feel better, so you can get through what you're going through? That's the question you need to ask yourself. What are your thoughts on men who are willing to be financially stable before moving in together? I feel like it's valid, but at the same time, how long will it take for you to be financially stable, and what does financially stable look like? That would be my questions. Do I say hey on Instagram because I want to send screenshots, but it only lets me if you accept a message first? I'll accept your message real quick so that way you can send what you want to send. Yeah, just send a message saying like hey or something so I can accept it, and then you can go ahead and send what you want to send. Okay, I get it now. Thank you for explaining to where I can understand it. You're more than welcome. And like, what I want all of you to keep in mind is that if you feel like I'm attacking you, or if you feel like you need to be on the defensive when I speak directly to you, let me know. None of your guys, I hate to say guys because we're in a room full of mostly majority women. None of you are going to offend me. None of you are going to piss me off. None of you are stressing me out. None of your situations are too much for me to talk about. So if it feels like my voice is intimidating or my tone is intimidating or I'm offending you or whatever the case is, let me know so I can reiterate it another way. And also let me know so that way I could change the way I speak, because I don't want to offend anybody or I don't want anyone to feel like they have to be on the defensive when I speak. That's not my intention by any means. So please let me know. Don't be scared. How do you deal with your close friends coming to you about their bad relationship problems? Draining. Somebody else's bad relationship problems aren't my bad relationship problems. My thing is, as a friend, all you can do is provide support. Ultimately, they have to make the decision to leave the relationship that they're in. So what that looks like is if a friend comes to you and says, hey, I'm in a bad situation, like my relationship is hard, my relationship is rough, all you can do is provide support. You can't solve their problem for them because they know for a fact that they can leave at any time. But there's a reason or reasons they're not leaving. And if that's what they're doing, then that's on them. But all you can do is say, hey, I'm here for you. If you need to vent, I'm here without judgment. If you need to talk about what's going on, talk about it. If you need a supporting shoulder to cry on, I'm here to be your shoulder. But I can't solve your problems and issues for you, but I can be here for you and work through things with you. But ultimately, they have to make the decision based off what they want to do in their situation. And don't let the other people's situations drain you. This is their life that they're choosing to live. Where are we at? Ryan, what's the worst breakup you had and how did you navigate that? The worst breakup I had an ex I was with for like 2 years. She was a narcissist. She would go out. And because we lived together, she would go out and party. Sometimes she would come home, sometimes she wouldn't. She would tell me she'd stay at friends' houses. If she did come home, she would come home really tore up. And when she got tore up, I mean, like, there could have been a house fire and she would not have woke up because she was that tore up. So there'd be times where she'd drive home drunk, leave the car in neutral. And like our driveway was kind of like on a hill. So like if she's texting, if she's calling me, sometimes she didn't even call, tell me she's coming home. She'll just come home whenever. But sometimes she'll call one of her friends of like, hey, such and such is on their way back. Just letting you know, keep an eye out. And I would sit outside in the driveway 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning when she came back from the bar or from the club or something like that. And I would have to hop in the driver's seat and push the brake down with my left hand and put the car and park on my right hand, pick her up, take her in the house, change her out of her clothes, put some sleeping clothes on, wipe her makeup off. Like, I didn't have to do these things, but I chose to do these things because I try my best to be a good partner, right? Make sure she had water on the bedside, and make sure she was good. And meanwhile, her phone's buzzing. Bzz, bzz, bzz. We had a good time. Like, it'd be guys messaging her. We had a good time tonight. I'm glad I got to see you. I'm glad you got to hang out. And I was really at a place in my life where I felt like I see all the signs, but at the same time, like, I'm in a relationship with this person. I'm doing the best I can. Like, eventually it'll change. She'll see my worth. And it never happened. Never happened. We weren't intimate. We weren't, like, she wasn't really present, always going out, doing her own thing. And this lasted, like, the first year wasn't really like that. First year, it was kind of like a basic relationship. Like, it wasn't good, but it wasn't bad. The second year, that's when the infidelity really, like, kicked into high gear. And, like, I would try to compensate and make excuses and try to like, oh, it's not that bad. Like, it's not what I think it is. I'm trying not to like psych myself out. Try not to like, and it got to a point. I remember one situation when Snapchat was like really popping, and she had like a bunch of guys on her Snapchat. I always get Snapchats, but every time like, I found myself being one of those people who went through her phone constantly because I knew she was cheating. But then even though I found the evidence of her cheating, I still didn't do shit about it. And it was one time I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I was like, can you pick up your phone for me? She was like, yeah. I was like, do me a favor. Message any 5 guys on Snapchat and say, hey, what's on your mind? Because these are all your friends, right? She'd be like, yeah, these are all my guy friends. These are my brothers. These are my friends. Okay, cool. Message any 5 guys you want and just say, what's on your mind? That's all I want you to do. And she's like, why you want me to do that? I was like, because I want to see how friendly these men really are. Sure enough, 3 out of the 5 guys sent her an X-rated picture of themselves. One of the other guy was like, I'm thinking about you. That's what's on my mind. Another guy was like, when am I going to see you again? But like with hard eyes and stuff like that. Well, you said in her defense, you set me up and I'm not responsible for the way they reply and that's not my fault and how you expect me to take accountability for the way they reply. And I was like, these are your friends. You told me before we started these were your friends. And if you got friends who on that type of level, then like, what? I still stayed. Yeah, I still stayed. So I get it when y'all like, this person cheated on me, this person lied, but I can't find myself to leave. I was at that point. I get it. Because I try to convince myself I was not seeing what I was. I'm blind. What's sister say? Blind. Look, it got to a point where my mental health, the relationship got so bad, and like the convincing that I had to do for myself on top of like the mental gymnastics and emotional gymnastics that I had to go through with her, from her. I spent a week and a half after that relationship. I left that relationship, drove back home to my mom, and I had my mom take me to the mental ward. And I spent a week and a half in the mental ward. No phone, no TV, nothing. Just spent a week and a half in the mental ward away from society to get my mental together. It was that bad. I was like, because at that point I was ready to call it quits. I was like, I poured so much into this relationship and I've done so much, and how can a person like this just not give a fuck? And I'm a great person. Like I'm trying. It's not good enough. And I don't know what else to do. And then of course, after we broke up, I found out more shit about her. There's people who send me videos like, this your girl? In our bed, in our house that we were renting. This your girl? Like rubbing it in almost. It's like, you know what? No. Hell no. No. How do you deal with your close friends coming to you? I think I answered that question. How do you rezone the honeymoon stage? Talk about what you want to change in your relationship. The honeymoon phase is not going to always feel like the honeymoon phase because relationships aren't always going to be in the same phases. But if you want to do things as if you were in the honeymoon phase, like go on dates and have more intimacy and spend more time together and do these things, you can have conversations about the things that you feel like you want from a relationship and the things that your partner wants from a relationship and figure out what your schedule looks like and then implement that. Okay, so I'm saying it sounds demanding, but that's not how I'm trying to present it. I just need to figure out how to explain it in a softer manner. I get that. Trying to explain to where it doesn't sound like an attack, but it sounds informative. Hey, how are you? What's your opinion on couples having single friends? Do you think it's healthy or it doesn't have an effect? Every relationship is very different. Some people have certain boundaries. So what might work for one relationship might not work for the other. What might work for one person in a relationship might not work for the other person in the relationship. So therefore, when it comes to maybe you having single friends in a relationship, if your partner's uncomfortable with that, then you have to understand, like, they're not wrong for being uncomfortable, and you're not wrong for wanting friends who are single, but also you have to understand where their uncomfortabilities come from, and they have to understand where your comfortability is coming from, and then understand that because you have a difference in opinions and perspectives, it's not that one person's right and one person's wrong. We just need to figure out what's going to be comfortable for both individuals in the relationship under what boundaries and what standards that we're expected to have in this current situation. So I'm not saying it's healthy or if it's not healthy. I'm just saying that every relationship looks different. So I don't think there's a generalized answer for that. Lately, I haven't been treating my partner like shit. How do you think I can do to appreciate them? Ask them. Hey, sweetheart, what can I do for you to show you that I appreciate you? Beyond just words. What do you like? What are you into? Do you like gifts? Are you more so a physical touch person? Talk about love languages. Talk about receiving feedback. Let me know when I'm doing something good. Let me know when you need things to look different. Let me know when you need me to change something. Like, talk about these things. Have conversations about them. I love my boyfriend, he loves me, but we have so many problems, we're still trying. As long as you're trying and working through the problems and issues, you're always going to have problems and issues. It's not about avoiding them or arguing about them. It's about learning how to navigate them as a team. How to feel secure and confident in long-distance relationships. What do you feel like you're missing in order to feel confident in that long-distance relationship? Are you needing more reassurance? Are you needing more conversation? Are you needing more clarification? What do you feel like you need in that situation to feel more comfortable? Gabby, how you doing? I appreciate the advice. Honestly, I want to be friends with benefits because I feel like it might help my situation. I get that. And if that's what you want to do, then go for it. Try it. Hi, Ryan. Listen to you all the time. It really helps me. I love that. Thank you for the compliment. The Talia, thank you for the follow. What was the breaking point for you to end it? And how long did it take for you to heal from that breakup? What was the breaking point? The breaking point was me breaking. I stayed in that relationship to the point where I literally had to clock in to a mental ward and was like, because I'm not the type of person to get physical. I don't like breaking shit. I don't like putting holes in walls. I don't, me screaming and crying, and that's only gonna do so much. I didn't know how to help me, and I needed a mental reset. So I went to the mental ward. And I know a lot of people have like a negative stigma when it comes to like checking into a mental hospital. I needed it. And when I spent that time in the mental ward and I disconnected and realized that life ain't that serious. Life is not that fucking serious for me to allow one person to dictate my feelings and my emotions. Life is not that serious for me to determine my self-worth from one shitty person who was not ready for a relationship, but they were too afraid to say they weren't ready for a relationship. And meanwhile, they were willing to go out and cheat and lie while being in a relationship with somebody who was capable of giving them everything if they acknowledged the things that they had and were grateful for it. Wasn't asking too much in return. But even the things that I was asking for, they couldn't fulfill it. And I determined my self-worth from this individual. It took a full mental reset for me to be like, okay, I get it now. I get it. I'm important. I matter. I deserve to be loved. I deserve to be appreciated. I deserve to be happy. I deserve loyalty. I deserve to be fulfilled. I deserve intimacy. I deserve more than what I'm allowing myself to have. I deserve the fucking world. And I know that sounds selfish, but I'm not asking for a lot. A lot of people, they want you to jump through hoops and everything. I don't even want you to jump through a fucking hoop. I'm gonna walk through a hoop with you because I wouldn't actually do something that I wouldn't do for you. I wouldn't actually do something that I wouldn't reciprocate. I wouldn't actually do something that's like outlandish just because I want it done. I'm asking for reasonable things. And if you don't want to be the person to fulfill that, then move the fuck out of the way. Because I refuse to get to my breaking point again. I refuse to let another individual break me. I refuse to let another individual take advantage. I refuse, because I know what it looks like to be at my lowest. And my lowest is scary. And when it gets to the point where like I'm debating if dying is better than living due to a shitty person's actions, due to like having getting to push to that point where I feel like I'm not worthy of any love or anything at all, when it gets to that point, it's not worth it. It's not, because life is so beautiful. It's just, unfortunately, some people make life look like it's ugly. And I refuse to be around those people because they don't even know how much life can genuinely provide if you decide to pour into it and have somebody else pouring into it as well. Life, love, relationships can be so fucking beautiful. Unfortunately, they're shitty with shitty people. And that's a lesson I had to learn for myself. I didn't listen to your advice about believing someone could change after cheating. He ended up getting physical with me. Let's see, how long do you guys date and talk with there until you make it official? Everybody's timeline is different. Some people do it earlier than others. Some people do it later than others. I don't think there's a right time. As long as you and your partner are comfortable with where you are and you want to make it official, I feel like that's your time frame. You and your partner's comfortability on taking that next step to make it official. You said you didn't listen to my advice about taking him back after cheating and he ended up getting physical with you. I'm very sorry you had to experience that. That's very unfortunate it got to that point where it became physical. Are you okay? Sorry you went through that, Brody. Glad you came out on top of it and used it to make it better. Very inspiring. I appreciate that. And you know what's crazy? I'm not sorry I went through it. I'm not. I think that some experiences, as shitty as they are, like, of course, I'm not going to volunteer to go through shitty experiences. Like, hey, you know what? Give me a shitty partner so I can have this experience because this is great. I'm not saying that by any means. But what I'm saying is that there are people who have good intentions and there are people who have ill intentions. There are people who want a relationship because they genuinely want one, and there are people who don't want a relationship but they get into one anyway because they like the thought of it. And I think that I was so ignorant and I was so gun-ho that I was only worried about what I was doing as a partner. As long as I'm doing everything right as a partner, I'm expecting the more I put into it, the better the result's going to be in a relationship. And a situation like that made me open my eyes and realize, like, I could put in all the work possible in a relationship. I could pour all the money into it, all the love, all the intimacy, every single thing, every single ounce of me, I could pour into it. And it could still not be good enough. And that realization hit me because I started questioning myself. I started questioning my self-worth, my self-being, what I'm able to provide. Is it good enough? Am I ever good enough? Am I going to be good enough for anybody? Is the things that I do shitty? Because I was determining my self-worth from how they made me feel. Because I assume, like I said before, the more I put into it, the better the result's going to be. That's not the case with relationships. Because if the other person's not putting in 100%, just like you put in 100%, you can give your absolute all, and it's still going to be shit. And it opened my eyes, and I was no longer ignorant. I was no longer oblivious. I didn't no longer accept less than what I deserve. So I'm glad I had the experience. I hate that I went through it, but at the same time, I'm glad I had it because it really was a huge learning lesson for me. It took me a minute to recover because I had to acknowledge what I was recovering from. I had to acknowledge where I was hurt. I had to acknowledge where the pain was. I had to acknowledge that I had a lot of inner work that I need to do for myself before I was capable of being in a place where I wanted to give my all to somebody else. Not that my all wasn't good enough. It's just that it wasn't good enough for that person. So I didn't have to change necessarily how I loved. I had to change who I loved. In the same breath, I had to get to the point where I was comfortable enough to trust somebody else to give them everything that I got because I trusted somebody before, they misused it and abused it, and now I was left high and dry and not okay. I didn't want that again. I'm gonna close this window real quick because they out here mowing. They mowing. Mowing. Some mowing. The mowing. Is that fan too loud? Can y'all hear the fan? Can y'all still hear me? If it's too loud, let me know. I've stayed single, celibate for 8 years, 8 months, learning about myself. And why I choose the men I end up dating. Very healing. Have you ever been in a relationship where you were the issue and hurt the person? Yes. In my very early relationships, yes. Yes, I was not a good person. And it wasn't intentional. It's just that I was in my relationships for self. I was in a relationship for my own benefit, not wanting to put forth the effort in a relationship for the other person. Because I didn't know what that looked like. I just thought we got in a relationship and that was it. We did the hard part. We got in a relationship. And yeah, we need to go on dates and stuff like that. But yes, when I was very ignorant to what a relationship was supposed to look like, I hurt a lot of people in the process of learning, unfortunately. And of course, knowing what I know now, I wouldn't have repeated those actions, nor would I ever repeat those actions. But I hurt a lot of people who I felt like might have been ready for relationships just because I didn't know what I wanted. And within my own selfishness, I ended up hurting them inevitably. And like I said before, it took a lot of learning for me to understand what I was doing and how it affected other people. It took me a minute to have empathy and sympathy for people I was with, more so. Did you ever take accountability with that person? I always took accountability. The thing is I know what I'm doing. I'm not ignorant. I'm not stupid. I know what I was doing. I didn't see it as a problem because I didn't acknowledge how it affected other people. There's a difference. So I knew what I was doing. I'm not sorry about what I'm doing, but I didn't acknowledge that it hurt you that bad. And that's the aspect that I need to take accountability for as far as saying sorry. I didn't realize that was the disconnect. I'm taking accountability for what I'm doing. I know what I said. I know what I did. And I did it on purpose because I wanted to do it. But what I didn't acknowledge that it's going to cause you to cry and be upset. That's the aspect that I was ignorant about because I only thought about me. I didn't think about how me and my actions would affect another person, if that makes sense. I'm behind on comments, ladies and gentlemen. He, she, them, they. I apologize. How much time date areas should be? A few months. However long you feel like is necessary. Don't gauge what you decide to do in your life and your relationship based off what somebody else would do in their life and their relationship. If you are ready and your partner's ready, then go for it. Excuse me. Talking to women who are like that, yeah. I'm kind of scared to lose my significant other, but I keep on avoiding them, being rude to them. They also don't like father. So you feel like you are avoiding them and being rude to them? Is that what you're doing? Or Ryan, lucky you didn't get married, could have been worse. Yeah. What if the other person, we not on a level of maturity and she needs to grow? What if the other person not on the level of your maturity and she needed to grow? She did. She did. Chuma, how you doing? The English kid, what's going on with you? Also, it's Karma, I see, goes where you're bringing us in his love. Because he a way of bringing us to his love. You said you all can't hear my fan in the background. I just want to make sure my fan isn't, because it sounds loud over here, but I don't know how it sounds in there, if that makes sense. How to let go of regret. let go of regret, giving them another chance. I'm more mad and upset at myself. So, what do you regret out of curiosity? You said it is loud. Man, I'll tell y'all what, let's do this. Give me a minute. All right. I can hear your fan, but it's not bad. Okay. So I moved it to another part of the room. You said we broke up. Okay, there we go. We broke up, got back together 4 times, and he always ended up breaking up with me. He's the one that always reaches out. So how do you stop the cycle? How do you stop the cycle? How do you stop the cycle? Y'all got back together and broke up 4 times. Why are you two in the cycle of breaking up, getting together, breaking up, getting together, breaking up, getting together, breaking up, getting together? Is it love at that point? And don't regret doing it. You thought it was a good decision at that time. So instead of regretting doing it and getting depressed about it, getting sad about it, getting upset about it, what did you learn from the situation? How many opportunities do you have to give someone to love you? How many opportunities do you have to give someone to be present in a relationship? Instead of running for the exit, why couldn't they lean into you and try to figure out what's going to work so that way you two can get past or get through whatever you two are going through? How many times do you need someone to give, how many opportunities do you need to give someone to love you for the first time? Several relationships are healthy for both of us, but we've both had, but he says he's not ready for. I'm just gonna turn it off. I can't hear my own thoughts. I can't hear my own thoughts. I can't hear me think inside my head. So he said, 7-month relationship, so healthy for both of us, but we've both had, but he says he's not ready for a relationship, but nothing's changed between us. What do I do? So I want to make sure I understand the situation before I answer your question. So you two are currently in a 7-month relationship. But now he's telling you he's not ready for a relationship, but nothing has changed. Is that what I'm getting? Y'all are together for 7 months. Now he's told you he doesn't want a relationship any longer, and you feel like nothing has changed, and now you're questioning what's going on and how you should feel about it. Becca, thank you for the follow. I know I'm just naive and thought he loved me and always had hope for it to work out. So you can't feel bad for feeling the way you feel because you were hoping it worked out, so you gave it every opportunity to work out. So what did you learn from that situation? And Becky, just because you acknowledge or you feel like nothing has changed doesn't mean nothing has changed on his end. But if he's already told you he doesn't want a relationship with you after 7 months, because so this fear didn't just develop overnight. If he feels like he was afraid of relationships, then why did he get into a relationship? It's been 7 months. So if he had the fear of a relationship, then why he put himself in a position to have a relationship if he's fearful of a relationship? Excuse me. And the fact that he told you that he's not ready for a relationship after 7 months, what made him not ready all of a sudden? What has changed within him, or what's changed that he's seen that he's decided that he's not ready for a relationship any longer? Because he's been doing it for the past 7 months, and all of a sudden he doesn't want a relationship anymore. What changed? You might not have seen a change, but he acknowledged that something's changed. Whether if it's feelings, whether if it's emotions, whether if it's somebody else, we don't know. But I would ask him, what makes him feel like he's not ready for a relationship? Wilson, thank you for the follow. Red/green flag to hear a guy's full intentions on what he wants out of the first date, what he wants out of dating before the first date. I feel like I want to know your intention on what you want from before the first date. Because why even continue to pursue the situation if you want something different? That's how I feel. So if before we go on our first date and you tell me, hey, I don't want a relationship, I just want friends with benefits, and I want a relationship, then why are we going on the date to begin with? Because we already want two different things. What are we doing? Why are we spending time when we already have a difference of what we want? If you want a relationship and I don't, then why would you want to go on a date with me if I already told you I don't want a relationship, I just want friends with benefits? And you're like, oh, well, I want a relationship, then why are we going on a date? I don't feel like it's a red or green flag. I just feel like that's them being honest about what they want and how they want it. I would rather have that than be under the assumption that somebody else wants the same thing as me, even though we didn't speak about it, and now we're friends with benefits for 8 months, and you're waiting for a commitment that I'm never going to give you because I never had the intention of giving you a commitment because I never wanted a relationship, but you never asked, and I was never transparent, and therefore you just spent 8 months in a situationship rather than ever having a commitment from somebody who doesn't want one. I just wonder if it was fear of possibly going wrong like his other relationships have. We don't know. We don't know. What we do know is that he's not ready for a relationship. That's what we do know for a fact. We know for a fact he's not ready for a relationship. He doesn't want one. He's not ready for one. We don't know if it's because a family member died, or because he's living in fear of a relationship, or because of past experiences, or because he woke up on the wrong side of the bed, or because he has a headache. We don't know. What we do know is that he's not ready for a relationship after 7 months. So unless you really want to know the answer why, you have to ask him. But if you don't want to ask him, you have to take him for what he said. He doesn't want a relationship. So if you continue to try to have a relationship with somebody who told you they're not ready for a relationship, or they no longer want a relationship, then you are choosing to stay in a situation acknowledging the fact that the other person is not going to participate in this relationship. So you can't have high expectations for them as a partner when they told you they don't want to be a partner. He told me after 23 years he wants out, but he's still banging nightly. I said I go by that. He said no. So he might say he wants to be out, but he's still getting the benefits. So if you're still willing to give him benefits after he told you he wants out, that's on you. You have to acknowledge the fact that he wants out. That's what he said. He wants out of the relationship, no matter how long it's been, rather if it's 2 months or if it's 23 years. It doesn't matter. He said he wants out. But if you're still willing to give him the things that he wants to satisfy him as far as sex and intimacy and attention and stuff like that, why would he give that up knowing for a fact that you're going to stay even though he's not going to put in the work in the relationship that's required to maintain it, because he already told you that he wants out. So if you decide to continue to sleep with him knowing that he wants out, that's on you. I said, hi, I'm new here. User 7293. How you doing today? How you feeling? Crystal, how you feeling? Just realized you responded to my message. Thank you so much. I can't wait to read it. You're more than welcome. I hope to find a love like you and your girlfriend. You guys are so cute. We appreciate it. Y'all might see this where we are now, but y'all didn't see where we came from. Not saying that at the beginning of our relationship was toxic or bad. It's just that we had some shit to work on. We had some shit to work through. We had to build a foundation to get to this point where we are now. And y'all relationship ain't gonna look like our relationship 3 years later. This is 3 years later. But at the 3 month mark, shit was rough. Not rough to the point where we want to break up, but rough to the point where like we need to have a lot of vulnerable conversations to be real and honest with each other, to be open, to understand why we do the things we do and why we move the way we do, why we say the things we do. It took a lot of work to get to this point. Was it impossible? No. Was it hard? Yeah, it was only hard because neither her nor I were ever put in a position to where we were in a relationship with somebody who wanted to hear how we felt, who wanted to be present, who wanted to have these conversations. So now we're used to people invalidating us or treating us like shit. So if I open up and be vulnerable, or she opens up and be vulnerable to say, hey, here's how I feel, it usually is in a validation. It usually ends like, I don't care what you got to say, or you always got a problem, or you always got an issue. That's the experiences that her and I both had. But now we're in a new situation, in a new relationship with new people. And I say, hey, I'm not okay. And she says, hey, she's not okay. And I go, well, I want to hear about you, what you got going on. And she says, no, I want to hear about you, what you got going on. Now we're both sitting there looking at each other dumbfounded, like, we're not used to validation. We're not used to somebody actually genuinely wanting to hear what we have to say and what's going on with us. How do we navigate this? This shit's new. It's scary. And it took work, and it took a lot of effort, it took a lot of crying, it took a lot of transparency. It took a lot of acknowledging the fact that we've been through some shit as individuals, and we went through some shit in a relationship. Because not only were we in a relationship, but we had to deal with our individual problems, but together. And it was only hard because we've never been this version of ourselves before. So how do we navigate something that's out of our comfort zone? It took work. Was it impossible? Once again, no, it wasn't. Was it hard? Yeah, because we never did it before, so we didn't know exactly what to do. It's like receiving furniture without the instructions. And now you got to put this furniture together. You're like, where the fuck do I start? What piece goes where? And it's hard. Is it impossible to put it together? No, eventually you'll figure out what goes where and how to navigate it without instructions. But is it hard and overwhelming at the beginning? Yeah, because it's like, shit, I got all these pieces. I don't know what to do with it. But when you have somebody else there to help you, and it's like, okay, this might go here. What you think about this? Oh, this is great. I think that's a good idea. Why don't you put that there and I'll put this here? It becomes easy at that point. And for us, it became easy. And now it's to the point where it's like, I can call her right now, like, hey, babe, I feel like shit. I had a bad day. Can I talk to you about it? She's like, yeah, what's going on? Talk to me. Tell me. Or vice versa. It's an amazing feeling knowing I can pick up the phone and call or text, and I'm gonna get validated, and vice versa. It's an amazing feeling. But that shit took work. And I say work. I watch your vids all the time. I appreciate the support. Thank you so much. Sweet Mimi, thank you for following the live. Appreciate it. At least you spoke truth only on. Thank you. We want the same thing, just not to be used for somebody being so forward. I get that. Going through a divorce, he says he loves me now, but he wouldn't be the same after. Says he wants to be with me in the future. So why can't he be with you now? And how does he know there's a possibility in the future? Why? It doesn't make sense. So if we get to the point where there's a divorce, there has to be a lot of things that led up to the point of wanting a divorce, I'd assume. And all of a sudden he's telling you, oh, I love you and I care for you, I want to be with you, but not right now, but in the future. Is he expecting you to wait for him? Is he expecting you to put your life on hold until he's ready to be the partner that you expected him to be? Why can't he be the partner now while y'all married compared to waiting till y'all get a divorce and then get back together? None of that's making sense. I was in a toxic relationship and left and met an old neighbor, 15 years, reconnected, got married. Dang, that's what's up, cuz. What's going on, B? How you doing? Why do me? I went, no contact when boyfriend came back. It feels different. I'm treading lightly. Therapy went well. Okay. Lisa, thanks for sharing live. Is at the 8th month mark. It is okay to be rough, but you still want to battle for him. Battle for this since you want them. Are they battling? Are they working for you too? Don't just acknowledge the work you're putting in. Acknowledge the work that they're putting in and be realistic about it. Are they fighting for the relationship the same way you are? Thank you for your content. Thank you for the support. I do appreciate that. When I would cry and try to explain things to my ex, he would literally either laugh or not care. Now that's wild. How can somebody who loves you not want to comfort you? That's atrocious. Then when I was telling him I'm done, that's when he would apologize and try to make up. That's because he's realizing he's losing his spot. He's losing the situation. All of a sudden, he's trying to fight for you. It's not that they can't. It's that they're choosing not to. That if you put it into perspective, it's not that they can't fulfill your wants and needs. It's not that they can't love you. It's not that they can't care for you. It's not that they can't be intimate. It's not that they can't take you on dates. It's not that they can't buy you things. It's not that they can't. They're choosing not to. They're making a choice. The same way they're choosing not to is the same way they could choose to do it. The same way you hold yourself accountable. And really think about this for a second. I want the relationship. Therefore, I'm going to make sure this other person has everything they might want and need. I'm going to make sure they're good. I'm going to make sure they ate. I'm going to make sure they're taken care of. I'm going to make sure I love on them. I'm going to make sure I give them sex. I'm going to make sure I kiss and love on them. I'm going to make sure I buy them things. I'm going to make sure I pop up at their job during lunch to spend time with them. I'm going to make sure I text them. I'm going to make sure I call them. Because the same way you made all those conscious decisions is the same way you could say, you know what, fuck that, I ain't doing none of that. You know what the difference between you and them is? Because you want to, you do. If they wanted to, they would. That's the only difference. Because you want to, you do. If they wanted to, they would. It's not that they can't. It's not that they're not capable. Because if they weren't capable, you wouldn't be trying to pursue them in a relationship. That relationship would have ended a long time ago. So obviously they had shown you something for you to continuously have a relationship with them. They've shown you they could. All of a sudden they can't and they don't. It's because they're choosing not to. Living Light, thanks for the follow. Does anyone know any online therapy that's not too expensive? I personally don't. I guess I need to start doing research because I never thought about somebody asking that question. Online therapy that isn't too expensive. I'm looking at that. Mine want to get back together, but he don't want to do the work. So what's the point? I broke up with my ex of 5 years, 4 months ago. His defensiveness never allowed me to share how I feel. I don't know if he'll ever grow, but I hope he does. You can only wish the best for him at that point, but you have to focus and worry about you. You said I emailed. Sorry, I can't type. It's okay. I'll check it. Can he lose feelings in a night/day? I don't know the time frame. Some people get turned on and off a switch. Some people it's gradually happening over time. Excuse me. I don't know when or how soon somebody can lose feelings. I'd assume like it can happen at any given time. It could be something that turns them off so bad to where they convince themselves the relationship isn't worth it. Or it could be multiple things over time that show them or makes them feel like the relationship isn't worth it. I guess it just depends on the individual. I meant, why during divorce they want to sleep with us but not fix anything? Because sleeping with you is easy. Fixing things is hard. It's easy to lay in a bed and be intimate, but it's hard working through feelings and emotions, which just sounds wild, but It's going to be a year and 3 months. I'm still learning how to be in a healthy relationship. Any advice? Understand that it's going to be scary. Understand that it's going to be uncomfortable. Understand that you're going to wait for something bad to happen because you're used to bad things happening. People, I'm pretty sure you guys seen this video. I hate to say you guys. I gotta stop doing that. I'm pretty sure you all seen the video on your For You page, and if you haven't, there's a woman on here who says you don't have a type, you have a pattern. You might feel like, oh, I always fall for the same guys, always fall for the same women. It's because you have a pattern to follow for the same people who treat you the same way because that's comfortable. But when you break that pattern, you break that habit of pursuing the same individuals over and over again, you start to realize that it's uncomfortable because you don't know what to expect next. You have a pattern. When you get in this pattern with the individual who treats you toxic, you know, and you understand what to expect next. And it's comfortable because you don't have to be afraid of what's going to happen next, even though it's uncomfortable. What does happen next, at the same time, you know what to expect. But when you get in a healthy relationship, you don't know what to expect because you've never been in a healthy relationship before. So a lot of people tend to self-sabotage to go back to what's comfortable, which is a toxic relationship, and then be upset at the fact that they're in a toxic relationship that's uncomfortable, even though it's comfortable for them emotionally and mentally because that's what they're used to being in. Sounds wild, right? So when you get in a healthy relationship and you break that pattern, it becomes uncomfortable, becomes scary. It becomes like, what the fuck do I do next? I'm waiting for this relationship to end. I'm waiting for an argument. I'm waiting for toxicity. Am I on the episode of Punk'd, where the video camera's at? Because this is going too good. It's too good to be true. I'm waiting for the fallout. I'm waiting for bad things to happen. I'm waiting. And nothing happens. You're like, I'm being validated. I'm being loved. I'm getting intimacy and I'm getting satisfaction. It's okay. You deserve it. Just remind yourself that you deserve to be loved. You deserve to be cared for. You deserve to be appreciated. You deserve the world. Because the alternative is being with somebody who doesn't give you any of these things. And now you're fighting tooth and nails, just trying to scrape by to get something from them. Because you want to be with them. You just need them to just do this one thing. They just need to work on this one thing. And then they need to work on this other one thing. And this other one thing. And they just do this one thing. You'll be willing to stay. But now you're with the person who's doing all these things, and you don't have to scrape by and just ask for these one things to get done. You can ask for everything to get done and know for a fact it's going to get taken care of. Why? Because the other person wants to be with you. They want to create a healthy environment that y'all can thrive in together. Y'all can love each other in. It's scary. I've been in my moment for 3 years, and I'm still like, wow. Am I dreaming? I tell all the time this doesn't feel real because, like, knowing my dating history and the people that I've met up until this point, I'm like, this shit it feels like a dream. Like, when am I gonna wake up from this coma? I gotta be in a coma. There's no way, like, I'm actually experiencing what I'm experiencing. Like, I feel like we're gonna grow old together, watch our kids grow up, and then I'm gonna die. And then I'm going to wake up from the coma and actually come back to real life and experience my actual life. That's how I feel my relationship feels right now. That's how healthy it is. But this is real life. And I'm like, oh shit. Like, I actually got a partner who's present. I actually got a partner who loves me. I actually got a partner I can call and I can have a business plan. And she adds to that. I got a partner I can call and she validates me. I got a partner I can call and she says, hey, I love being with you. I appreciate you. Thank you for everything that you do. The fuck do I do with this? I've never been in this position before in my entire life of living. What? It's real. I deserve it. She deserves it. You deserve it. He deserves it. You deserve to be happy. It's scary. It's scary being happy. As wild as that sounds, it is fucking scary to be happy because you're so used to not being happy that it became a habit. But once you broke that habit of not being happy and you decide to be happy, you've never been this version of you before, and it's scary, but love this version of you because you deserve it. Sarah, how you doing? Hey girl, hey. I hope your day's going good. Can he lose feelings in night and day? I think I answered that question. If you didn't get the response, I'll be sure to answer it again. When you leave, they chase the fuck out of you because they know they could come back to you anytime they want. That's a fact. You said insurance might cover the therapy. It might. I couldn't share how I felt if I did got defensive. I felt like I was critiquing him. I feel confused. I would have asked him, what about what I'm saying is making you feel like you need to be on the defensive? So all I'm doing is voicing my opinion and speaking about how I feel. And I'm telling you that I don't feel loved in this relationship. I feel like we are lacking intimacy in this relationship. And that's making you get on the defensive. What about what I'm saying is making you feel like you need to protect yourself or you need to defend yourself against me? Because all I'm doing is trying to inform you, but obviously I'm saying something that's making you feel like you're being attacked. And I just want you to understand where I'm coming from, but I'm also trying to understand where you're coming from in the sense that you feel like you need to be on the defensive. And I want you to be open. I want you to be vulnerable. I want to know how you feel as well, so you can interject if you feel like it's necessary. But in the same breath, this moment, I'm just trying to convey to you the way I feel. And if you feel like the way I'm saying things needs to be said a different way so it doesn't feel like I'm attacking you, please let me know. But in this moment, all I'm doing is speaking about the way I feel, which shouldn't cause you to be on the defensive. So what about what I'm saying is making you feel like you got to be defensive in this moment? And that's how I would approach the situation. So I'm trying to understand, like, if every time I raise my hand like this, you flinch, I need to know why you flinching, because all I was doing was scratching my back and you flinching. So I need to know where the disconnect is, because you feel like I'm about to hit you. And I'm not about to hit you. I'm doing something totally different. But if you have the perception that I'm doing something like I'm attacking you, we need to figure this shit out, because this ain't cool. That's more so to give you a different perspective. That's more so what we're trying to say here. All I'm doing is talking about my feelings and my emotions. My feelings and my emotions. Now, granted, my feelings and my emotions might be influenced by the things that you have said and done up to this point when it comes to me. Maybe because you said a joke, I got offended. Or maybe because you didn't take me out on a date, it made me feel ill. But I'm letting you know how I feel based off your actions and your words. And therefore, I want the actions and the words to look different so I don't feel the way I feel. And the only way for you to know how I feel is if I express my feelings and my emotions. But if it sounds like an attack, that means that something going on in you that I'm not seeing. So I need to know what's going on and why it's happening. I found mine on Zocodoc. Okay. He said, what do Zocodoc? Let me write that down. Zocodoc. He said, what do he need to seek help for as therapy or counseling? Whatever he feels like he needs to work on within himself in order for him to be vulnerable and conversate and communicate. Whatever he feels like he needs to do to get to the point where he's comfortable enough to express the way he feels to you as his partner. Not what you want him to work on at therapy, what he feels like he needs to work on for himself in order to benefit not only himself but the relationship. Don't want to commit to anyone else. I get that. My man argues with his mom a lot. He vents to me about it, ends up arguing with me if I don't agree with him. So you know how a lot of times you go to your partner and all you want is validation? Even though like you might feel like at times you might be overreacting, or you might feel like you might be in the wrong, whatever the case is. At the heat of the moment, you don't want to know that you're wrong. You just want to feel validated. So you might come home and be like, hey, I'm tired of this girl at work. She get on my damn nerves. And you don't want to hear what did you do to piss her off? What did you do to upset her? Baby, you were wrong too in that situation. You shouldn't have talked to her like that. That's why she talked to you like that. You don't want to hear that. You want to hear, yeah, she got the audacity to piss you off. Like, what's going on with her? Like, why is she even like this? You want to be validated in that moment. So because you're not validating him, not only is he not getting validated by his mom because he's arguing with her, he's coming to you to open up, to express the way he feels because he's upset. And he just wants comfort and validation in that moment. And instead of you providing that, you're disagreeing with him, even though he might be wrong. I'm not saying encourage wrong behavior, but what I'm saying is in that moment, he just wants to be validated. And after he's validated and calmed down, you could tell him, hey, maybe next time when you approach your mom, approach her from this standpoint instead of the standpoint that you did. Maybe this will work instead of this. But in that moment, you try to critique him, it's going to lead to more frustration because he's going to be like, fuck, I can't go to my mom and I can't go to my girl because she's invalidating me. Like, what's going on? You see what I'm saying? Like it's. I understand what you were doing. Like if somebody wrong, like it's like okay, I hear what you're saying, but you was wrong in that situation. But at the same time, he might just need to vent, and then after everything's said and done, you can say, hey, next time, make sure try to approach it this way instead of this way. This might help. How do I get notifications when you're live? That's a good question. I think you can set notifications. When I go, I think you might get, if I'm not mistaken, I think if you just follow me, you get notifications, but sometimes TikToks don't send notifications, if I'm not mistaken. Not the pattern TikTok yells on my For You page. Essential thing for the follow, waiting for the bubble to pop. Dev so had to unlearn chaos, put yourself out. That's so hard, but it's worth. That's a fact. How do you move attachment over a bad relationship is so hard. It's hard, but it's necessary. Because if you don't remove the attachment from a relationship, then what's going to happen? You're going to repeat the same patterns, the same action with the same outcome. How many times are you willing to put yourself through that? That's when you have to question what's more important at that moment, you or the repeated cycle. Are you going to keep justifying the cycle that you decide to stay in, or are you going to acknowledge the fact that the cycle is unhealthy and you need to leave? You have to let them know from the start that you won't tolerate. She has to respect. If not, keep it moving. Why would my ex block me after a mutual breakup? Who knows? Who cares? And I don't mean to sound like a butthole about it, but it doesn't matter if your ex blocked you. It doesn't matter if your ex moved on. It doesn't matter if your ex is out there sleeping around. It doesn't matter if your ex is living their best life. It doesn't matter if your ex is traveling. It doesn't matter if your ex is sleeping. It doesn't matter if your ex is eating. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. It only matters if you care about your ex and you want to get back with them. It only matters if you're interested in your ex, you're trying to figure out what they're doing, if they're happy without you. It only matters if you have an attachment to your ex and you're really concerned about what they got going on. But if you had that same energy for you, you wouldn't care about your ex because you realize you deserve better. They're an ex for a reason. My last relationship was healthy in a way I've never seen it before. It ended quote unquote bad, but it showed me I can still be healthy, so I'm grateful for that. I love that for you. Thanks so much. It's scary. It really does. Yeah, it is scary. I'm sad to know my ex might be like you for his next girlfriend. I know I'm selfish. What if your ex isn't like me for the next person? Then what? What if your ex never changes, never becomes different? What if your ex never is happy with anybody else? What if? Who cares? We're not concerned about exes, we're concerned about you. Because realistically speaking, if he was able to be that person for the next woman, why couldn't he be that person for you, with you? Yeah. How to move from friends with benefits to serious relationship, is it possible? The question I would ask in return is, did you two from the get-go, Brianna, did you two from the get-go talk about our relationship? Did you two identify what you were looking for in that situation? Did you two identify, like, I want a relationship, you want a relationship? Or did you two just hop into it and see where things went? The reason I ask this is because even though you might want a relationship, the other person might not want a relationship. They might be okay with the way things are going. You might want things to change. You might want a commitment. Even though you feel a certain way, even though they feel a certain way, your feelings are valid, their feelings are valid. But acknowledge the fact that they don't want anything more than just friends with benefits. They don't want a commitment. They don't want anything else with you. You have to decide what you're going to do with that information if that's to be the case. So, for example, if you say, man, we just hopped into it and we didn't really acknowledge where we're going to be or what our intentions were, and we just decided to go at it, be friends with benefits. Now it's been 8 months and I want something serious because they're giving me relationship treatment, but without the commitment of a relationship, and I want something serious. You might feel that way, but they might see it as, oh, I'm enjoying being single and talking to this woman, but also talking to multiple women as well. And I don't want to change my lifestyle just because this one woman wants to settle down. You have to be respectful of that. They have to be respectful for you. And you have to acknowledge, do you want to stay in this friends with benefits situation knowing you're never going to get a commitment? Or do you want to leave this friends with benefits situation because you want more, including a commitment? What if I end up building another man for another woman again? You're not building another man for another woman. You're not. Stop thinking that way. What if I pour into this man and I give him everything and then he goes give everything that I gave him to another woman? You're not doing that. You're not. All you're doing is loving this man. All you're doing is giving him experience. That's it. That's all you're giving him. If you feel like you're giving him something, it's experience. You're not building him up as if he's like a Lego. You're just giving him experience. He's having the experience of being in a relationship with you. That's it. You're not giving him a car and a house, and then he breaks up with you, and then he goes to give the other woman the car you gave him and the house you gave him. You're not doing that. You're giving him an experience of being with him. So don't look at it as, oh, well, I poured into this relationship, I gave him everything, and he gave me nothing in return. Or he's going to go give the next woman everything he could have gave me. Because if you acknowledge that he gave the next woman everything he could have gave you, then why couldn't he give you those things? You're not building up another man for another woman. You're having an experience with the man, and if he chooses to be with you, then fine. If he doesn't and he decides to be with another woman, he just decides to be with another woman. But you're not giving him anything that he can't find somewhere else. And I hate to say it that way, but the same way you feel like you're giving him things that he's going to give to somebody else, you got to acknowledge the fact that what did he get from the past woman before you that he didn't give to you? If we're going by that logic, because that means that every woman that he's been with has given him something that he's given to the next woman. It's just experience. That's it. Dog will holla. Mindful, thanks for the follow. A therapist is Zokodoc. Thank you so much. Emotional intelligence. You should start a podcast. I used to listen to you at Dollar Tree. Now I work from home listening. I love that. I don't even know how to podcast, but I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Other thing is, how do I develop emotional strength during a split? Well, you have to acknowledge what kind of strength are you looking for? What areas are you weak in? If you need to develop strength, what areas are you weak in? Metaphorically speaking, because I like to give visuals. If you go to the gym and say, man, I'm so weak in this area, then you know what you need to work on when it comes to going to the gym, right? It's the same thing with emotional state. If you can identify that you're weak in an area, do you acknowledge the area that needs to be strengthened? The question is, how are you going to go about strengthening that area? What weights are you going to use? What equipment are you going to use? So are you going to use therapy? Are you going to use counseling? Are you going to use, you see what I'm saying? Like, you just have to, if you can identify what you need to work on, you just need to figure out how to do it. So if you say, oh, I'm codependent, then how do you work on that codependency? I'm avoidant. How do you work on that avoidance? I'm anxious. How do you work on that anxiety? What do you feel like you need? You can't say you don't know, because you do know. You just don't know how to get to that point of working through it, because you've never done it before. And that's where the work comes in at, until you figure out how to work through it to where now you know what to do when it comes to navigating a certain aspect that you need to work on within yourself. How do I move on from someone that I'm attached to without telling him everything that I need to tell him? What do you mean by that, Anna? You said, how do I move on from someone that I'm attached to without telling him everything that I need to tell him? So what do you feel like you need to tell him in order to move on? See, validating your partner's movement is important. I appreciate all the likes. Anna, hey, how you doing? You have to accept all notifications and then click the bell on Ryan's page. Oh, there you go. Well, thank you. I didn't know that. Just thank for the donation. I appreciate that. I block all my exes, cut ties, move in. Life is much easier. I feel it. Came from the POV, woman to validate feelings, quote unquote. How do I navigate that? Excuse me. You mean navigate that in your relationship? Is that what you're referring to? How do you learn how to trust yourself again? How did you stop trusting yourself? Why did you stop trusting yourself? Under what circumstances did you stop trusting yourself? Why can't you believe in yourself? He said, I sent you a message. All right, I'll check it out. He never ever posted me on social media, either after he claimed he took me serious. I definitely didn't love myself. I feel it. He needs to heal before he can be the partner you need. He would eventually repeat those patterns with his next relationship, right? Yep. Julie, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Well, he did everything for his ex, so why can't he do it for you? It's not that they can't. It's that they're choosing not to. There's a difference. If you can't do something, guess what? You can ask. There's so many resources to figure out how to do what you want to do in a relationship, including Google. Hey, Google, I have an anxious attachment style. What do I need to do to work on my anxious attachment style, and Google will give you tips from start to finish. Hey Google, my partner isn't communicating because they have an avoidant attachment style. How can I get them to communicate with an avoidant attachment style? Google will give you tips from start to finish. If you don't know how to do something, there's a plethora of resources available in order to figure out how to do it. But if an individual chooses not to do it, that's different, because you're acknowledging that you have the resources, but you're choosing not to implement those resources to change your situation, which means you're condoning the behavior, you're condoning the situation, which means that inevitably you're going to have the result that you're expecting due to behavior not changing, due to the lack of choosing to want to change it. So when I acknowledge the fact that it's a choice and they're choosing not to, but I'm choosing to, then we have an issue. You say, I'm afraid of making the same mistakes in a relationship. Let me ask you this question. You're afraid of making the same mistakes in a relationship. If you knew better, do you feel like you would have done better? Meaning, if you knew back then what you know now, do you feel like you would repeat the same actions again? The mistake isn't getting into a relationship. That's a choice that you made. The mistake isn't tolerating everything that they were throwing at you, because you chose that. Every decision that you made in a relationship, you chose it. Why did you choose it? Now, those things were influenced by different things. So you chose it because you love them, or because you have faith in them would change, or you were waiting for them to change. There's a plethora of reasons why you made those choices, but you made choices based off what you feel like was best in that situation to get the desirable outcome that you wanted. But obviously, if you knew the outcome was going to turn out like this, you would have changed it, right? So obviously, if you knew better, you would have done better. But you didn't know until you had the experience to now know, because you learned from that experience that you had. You're learning. You are learning. You can't beat yourself up over things you didn't know. Even if you did know, there's a reason why you stayed, because you feel like that was the best decision for you in that moment. And now you know that that wasn't the best decision for you in that moment. The only way you would have known is if you would have made the decision to begin with. But because you made the decision and it didn't turn out the way you expected it to, what did you learn? To whereas now, if you're put in the same position again, what would you do differently this time? At least you know that's no longer an option. What are your other options in the future situations? That's how you learn. That's how you grow. So I know if I take a cheater back, because in the past I thought it was a good idea to take a cheater back because I was expecting them to change and feel bad and be different and to love me and to care for me, I took them back. And it turns out that me taking them back wasn't the best idea, because they still cheated on me, still lied. So I had to separate myself from the situation. So if I get into another relationship with somebody else, because now I know better from my past experiences, if somebody cheats on me, I know it's probably not the best idea to take them back. Why? Because of my past experiences, when I learned. My past experiences where I learned, now I understand that if I take them back, there's a good chance that this might turn out like the last one. So why would I do the same actions again, or repeat the same actions again, knowing that there's a possibility that this might not go too well? No matter how much I love them, no matter how much I care for them, this might not go too well. So because I know I already eliminated this option in my past experience, now my other option is to leave. Because I never left in the past, I took them back. But now I have a decision to make to where I can leave, because I don't know what that means right now. I never experienced that. So let me leave and see what the outcome looks like in this situation. Because I know staying is not ideal. So I know I can leave now, because this is a better option in the situation. And that's how you grow. That's how you learn. But if you knew better, you would have done better. And it's okay. Don't beat yourself up over something you didn't know. You probably felt like you knew it was a better decision to make to leave, but instead you decided to stay. Don't beat yourself up over a decision that you made. Stick to that. Every decision that you make has a cause and effect. You have to be willing to deal with the effect of the decision that you made. Because you made a decision, here's the outcome of the decision that you decide to make. You have to be okay and confident knowing that you might not have thought about this possibility, or you might not have wanted this possibility to come to fruition, but unfortunately it did. Because there's a possibility that you took a cheater back and y'all worked through y'all stuff and y'all were successful in a relationship. There's a possibility that you take a cheater back and they stayed a cheater. But you were willing to deal with the cause and effect. So because you made the decision to take them back, the effect is whatever happened after that. I feel like you said I was in a situationship, my mistake. It'd be like that. You're giving me things to think about. Thank you. You're more than welcome. Like, how do I navigate those things in a relationship that you explained in the video? Explain to your partner what you're expecting upon conversation. So letting your partner know that you just want to be heard, you just want to be validated. And when they don't hear you or they don't validate it, this is how it makes you feel. Also, leave the door open for them to express the way they feel, because their feelings matter too. Their point of view matters too. Their perspective matters as well. And if they feel like they don't want to have a conversation right there in that moment, then they need to let you know right now is not the best time to have this conversation. But also give an explanation when there is a good time to have the conversation, because the conversation is necessary to have. But if they feel like right now is not the best time because they're dealing with things, then maybe they need to say, you know what, right now is not the best time because I'm dealing with something and I just need a minute to figure out what I got going on, or I want to be there for you, but mentally I can't because I'm going through something right now. Is it okay if I talk to you about what I got going on so that way I could be there for you? Not saying that your problems are more important than theirs or their problems are more important than yours, but one of y'all got to put y'all stuff to the side to help the other person deal with what they got going on, and vice versa. But the goal isn't to argue, it isn't to fight, it isn't to win a trophy to say, hey, I won the argument. It's to say, okay, we have a problem. Are you acknowledging that we have a problem? And they say, yeah. Okay, cool. What are your thoughts on this current problem? How do you feel about it? What is your perspective? How dire is this problem in your opinion? How do you feel about it? What's on your mind? Let's talk about this. Let's work through this. But all you want to do is vent, and all they want to do is vent. And your perspective isn't negative, their perspective isn't negative. You're not wrong for feeling the way you feel, they're not wrong for feeling the way they feel. But also, you just want to be validated. They want to be validated. But it just looks different. And it's okay that it's different. That just means that there needs to be communication and conversation upon what looks different and how to navigate that difference between you two. Lewis, thank you so much for the sharing live. What do you think of the topic of a partner not wanting to share the location? Comic topic. I think there's boundaries and expectations and look different in every relationship. Some people might feel like it's a privacy thing. Like, I don't want you to know where I'm going and what I'm doing, who I'm doing it with. Some people are okay with it. I know me personally, in my relationship with my partner, we're okay with sharing locations. We both came from households where, like, anytime you left the house, you gotta let your parents know where you're going. So in case something happened to you, like, we need to know where to find you. We need who you going with, where's the last places you were, because it's a safety thing, right? So we're not looking at it in a sense of like, you told me you was going to the gas station, but I seen you went to Walmart. What you go to Walmart for? You didn't tell me you were going to Walmart. It's not like that. It's more so like, hey, I haven't heard from you in a few hours. I know you told me that you was going to the gas station, and I haven't heard back from you. I just checked your location. It says you're at Walmart. You good? Okay, cool. But even before, me personally, before I leave the house and before she leaves the house, I'll let, like, if I leave the house right now, I'm like, hey, babe, I'm about to head to Walmart and then the gas station. You need anything? Are you good? Okay, cool. She has my location. I don't have to tell her where I'm going, but I do tell her where I'm going. I don't look at it from a sense of like, I got to check in. I'm a grown-ass man. I can do what I want, when I want, how I want. But because of how I grew up, this is the mentality that I have, and vice versa. But some people, they come from toxic relationships and they feel like it was used as a weapon. Because their partner constantly checking the location, constantly checking text messages, it came from a place of insecurity with the past partners they had. And it kind of boiled over in the relationship due to the insecurity that their partners had. And they get a new relationship and they feel like, I don't want nobody looking through my stuff. because I'm a private person. And some people, they want privacy because they cheating. They doing shit they ain't supposed to be doing in a relationship. So there's a plethora of reasons why people don't want their partner to know their location, to see it. Me personally, I don't see an issue with it. If you're my partner for the rest of my life, what the fuck do I got to hide from you? What can't I tell you? That's the way I look at it. Like, I could tell you anything and everything. Shit, if we sleeping together, like, how is it more comfortable for me to sleep with you, but it's uncomfortable for you to know where I'm going? That's just how I feel. Every relationship is different. Boundaries are different. Standards are different. I don't feel like it's bad or good, depending on how you perceive that situation as far as sharing your location with your partner. I feel like everybody's different, to each his own. I just feel like there shouldn't be an issue with it because I believe in full transparency, and I'm not using your location. Like, I'm not sitting on my phone the whole day. Oh, she going here. Okay, she going there. Okay, she going there. I don't do that. The only time I really use location is if my girlfriend's like, hey, babe, at 5 o'clock, can you meet me here? And I'm like, where is here? And she doesn't give me a location. I'm like, oh, shit, I can just go to the location on her phone and see where she's at and then go to that location. Like, other than that, like I said before, she tells me where she's going. And then she'll tell me when she leaves that location to go to another place. And all I say is, okay, babe, be safe. I love you. I'll talk to you when you make it. But it doesn't have to be in a malicious, it doesn't have to be used as a weapon or a malicious way. That's such a guy mindset. That's my ex right now. I think love is worth it, but oh well, maybe I'm just toxic. I feel annoyed talking about the same thing all the time, but I feel like it helps me healing by talking about, especially when I went to my brother and my bestie. Don't feel annoyed. You're talking about it because it's a problem or issue and you need to work through it, and it's okay. What do you do if you say how you feel about things and they make everything your fault? I feel like they're not taking accountability and they're not willing to hear you. That's how I feel about it. Because how are things your fault if you're telling them how you feel? You're just expressing the way you feel and all of a sudden it turned into a blame game. How is that possible? I feel like they're not hearing you. They're acknowledging that there's a problem and they're trying to blame somebody for the problem. Okay, you blame me for the problem. Okay, what did that solve? What did that do for us? Nothing. Me and my boyfriend have been fighting a lot. Any advice? Why are you fighting? Oh shit. Stop fighting. Stop arguing. Start talking. Start having conversations. Start having discussions. So change your conversation. Change the dynamic. Change your perspective, first and foremost. What I mean by that is if you go to somebody and be like, yeah, me and my partner are always arguing, they're gonna be like, what y'all arguing about? What y'all fighting about? But if you go to somebody like, man, me and my partner be having discussions. Like, oh shit, what y'all talking about? You've already changed the dynamic, so like it doesn't feel so hostile entering that situation. So metaphorically speaking, you don't want to enter. An argument is equivalent to a boxing ring because you're trying to debate who's the winner. It's a one-on-one fight. So you and your partner physically get into a boxing ring and y'all punching each other, throwing emotional blows. You always do this and you never do that, and you get on my fucking nerves. And I can't fucking stand you. Y'all just hitting each other. And guess what? The bumps and the bruises, they're there. They might not be physical, they might not be visible, but emotionally, mentally, they're there because you can't take back words. You can't take back what you said. What was said was already said. You can't take that back. And now y'all expecting to get out of that boxing ring and start apologizing to each other and getting to the point where you want to be intimate. Why would you want to be intimate with somebody who just beat you up? But if you change the perspective and you and your partner enter a coffee shop and y'all grab the table in the back, y'all grab a booth in the back and y'all just talking over coffee, where is the violence? Where's the necessity for somebody to win? Because all y'all doing is discussing what's going on and why it's happening. And y'all talking in the tone that I'm talking to you all in. There's no need to raise my voice. I hear you. There's no reason to yell. I hear you. There's no reason to call you names because I don't feel disrespected. Yeah, I might be angry, but I'm not angry at you. I'm angry at the problem. I'm not angry at you. I'm angry at what you said and how it affected me. I'm not angry at you. I'm angry at your actions and the way I perceive them. But I don't have to hate you. I don't have to want to degrade you. I don't have to want to yell and scream and shout at you. I just want to understand why things happen the way they did and how we could work on it to fix it so I no longer feel the way I feel and you no longer feel the way you feel if I did something negative to influence you. But first and foremost, change your perspective. Because you know what you win after an argument? Silence. You know what you win after an argument? Our participation trophy. You know what you win after an argument? More problems and issues, because y'all couldn't work through the initial problem, the issue that caused the argument in the first place. Arguments don't solve anything. Discussions solve everything. Discussions means that you have a difference in perspective and your feelings or emotions are valid. They have a difference in perspectives and their feelings or emotions are valid. But right now, because you're not a mind reader, because they're not a mind reader, you're trying to understand, they're trying to understand where you're coming from, you're trying to understand where they're coming from. And then you understand the misinterpretation, the miscommunication, or you understand where there was a misunderstanding at. Which means that both of you identify that there's a problem, but you see the problem this way and they see the problem this way. And now we're trying to figure out why we see the problem differently. And once you identify what the actual problem is, what can we do to work through this so it's no longer a problem or an issue? And then you take that problem and issue off the table because both of you have come together and worked through it. And not only that, that builds more of a deeper connection because you know for a fact that anytime there's a problem, you two can walk in that coffee shop and discuss it. But if you have the mindset there's going to be an argument, it's like, fuck, now I got to prepare for a fight. Let me get in this boxing ring with my partner because it's about to be war. And all you win is a participation trophy with silence because your partner doesn't want to come to you and talk to you no more. You don't want to go to your partner and talk to them no more because y'all are so afraid of getting in that boxing ring and hurting each other again to where you just avoid it altogether. Stop fighting. Y'all didn't get in a relationship to fight. Y'all didn't get in a relationship to argue. There's going to be conflict. Yes, conflict is uncomfortable, but you can't stop things from happening to you as an individual. You deal with it. You can't stop things from happening to you when y'all together. You deal with it. But if you can't work through the hard shit, then how are you going to appreciate the good times? How are you going to appreciate the relationship as a whole? Even on your worst day with your partner should be better than any good day you've ever had with anybody else in the relationship. Even on your worst day, that's how minuscule these fucking problems are. You don't hate your partner. You hate the situation that you both are in. And it's not fighting you. I'm fighting for us. Change your perspective. Change the way you talk to your partner. They need to change the way they talk to you too. Shannon Reed, thank you for the follow. Justy, thank you for the follow as well. Me and my boyfriend has our locations, a password. It works for us just fine. I feel same here. What if they don't want you going anywhere like the store without them? I would question that and ask them why, if you haven't already. How would you release trapped trauma in the body from a relationship, like get out of the fight or flight? Having trauma in a relationship, you're always gonna have trauma. You're always gonna have things that trigger your trauma. You're always gonna have emotions and feelings behind that trauma. The trauma is not going nowhere. You can't just forget about it. You can't forget about the experience that you've been through. You can't just put it in the back of your mind and put it in the vault and never open that box again. You can't just do that. What you can do is learn how to navigate it. What you can do is learn how to work through it. What that means is identifying first and foremost what it is. What triggers it? How do you feel when it is triggered? What do you feel like you need for yourself in that moment when you're not okay? How do you feel like your partner can help you work through that moment when you're not okay, if they are around? How do you self-soothe when nobody is around and you got to deal with this stuff by yourself? It becomes a lot of self and inner work and realizing that the experience happened, but it doesn't have to define you. Yes, it happened and it's hard and it's rough and it sucks, but at the same time, it is what it is because it did happen. Now that we identify that we can't go back and change it, how do we prevent it from overcoming us in the future? We do that by learning how to navigate it because there are going to be things that unexpectedly trigger you. So for example, my girlfriend has trauma. I have trauma. She has trauma to the point where we were watching a TV show and everything was good. We're sitting there watching a TV show. Everything was good. And something on the TV triggered her and she just stopped and she just started crying. And I acknowledged the fact that she was triggered by what we were watching because of her trauma. And her trauma was similar to what was on TV. So I paused the show because we talked about what her trauma looks like. So I paused the show and I was there for her. because I understand what her trauma looks like. I understand what she been through, how it affected her, what her triggers are. I get it. Now, was I aware it was going to pop up on TV? No. But because it did trigger her, it is my job as a partner, because she told me how to be there for her when she's not okay or if she needs help during that moment. I know how to be there for her as a partner because we identified that we worked through that together. But also, if I wasn't there, she knows how to work through it by herself. And then she can call me and say, hey, babe, I was triggered by something I seen. Here's the situation, boom, boom, boom. And we could work through it over the phone or through text, whatever the case is. So that's just to give you an example of what helped us and to give you an example of what might help you. But out of fight or flight, fight or flight appears when things feel dangerous. When you feel like you're in trouble, like you need to like get the fuck out of there. It's your body trying to protect itself essentially. But if you know the environment's safe, the people around you are safe, the situation you're in is safe, then it's okay to a certain extent. And what do you need to feel safe when you're not feeling safe? That's more so what I'm trying to get at. How do you set your standards without pushing and avoiding to feel pressure into treating you right? Do you just show rather than tell by prioritizing putting focus on yourself, or otherwise they feel like you're needy or pushy? So no matter how you present your standards, the other person can still perceive them in a negative way. So you can have the best intentions with trying to say, hey, here are my standards, here's my expectations, here's my boundaries, and the other person has to understand that you're coming from a good place and you're not trying to tell them like, hey, this is what I need, this is what I want, this is the only way to do it. You're coming in and saying like, this is what I want, this is what I would like, and this is what I would like for you to do for me as my partner. But even though you have good intentions, they still might perceive it in a negative way. You can't control that. All you can do is try to convey to them in a most positive way you possibly can. But also leave the floor open for them to for them to tell you about their standards and their expectations and their wants and their needs as well. So we're having a conversation. It just doesn't feel like I'm telling you everything. This is it. I don't want to hear what you got to say. It's like, hey, I'm telling you these things. And if you want to interject or if you want to tell me what you got going on or what you need from me, then please feel free to do so. It just looks a little bit different. Whether if they're avoidant or anxious, they still have to acknowledge like these are the things that you feel like you need as a partner. But you also want to understand what they need as a partner as well. And like I said before, they only feel pressured if they're interpreting what you're trying to say as like, this is the say all be all. Like it has to be this way or nothing else. Ella, how you doing? How can I motivate my boyfriend to want to get a job? He's a great worker, but doubts himself a lot. I think in that case, you have to ask him what's going to work for him. How can you support him without feeling like you're overstepping? Because you want to be there for him. You want to motivate him. You want to do all these things, but you also don't want to feel like you're pushing him to do the things that he doesn't want to do, or you're pushing him to do things that you want him to do based off how you want him to live, because that can also be misconstrued as well. So how can you provide support without overstepping? Excuse me, I think that comes from talking to him about how can you provide support without feeling like you're overstepping, because you want to motivate him to be better and do better, but also he has to want to motivate himself to be better and do better as well. Mariana, thank you for the follow. Becca, thank you for the follow as well. I understand what I've done wrong, and they don't even though I have told him the problem. It's not that he doesn't understand, it's just that he's not acknowledging that it's a necessity to change. Naja, how you doing? Stay in the firefly mode because I had to. Man, this is all I ever wanted. How did I not get defensive when having a discussion when they keep saying you do or did, blah, and you? I would ask them to change the way they talk. So it's not about what you say, it's about how you say it. Because how you say it is how I'm going to perceive it. So if I feel like you're always saying, you always do this and you never do that, you never want to take me on dates and you always got something mean to say, you always treat me like shit, obviously it's not always and it's not never. But when you say you always and you never, and it's easy to say when you're frustrated and you're upset because you feel like it doesn't happen enough to where it's never. Or it happens so often that it feels like it's always. And obviously, once again, it's not always and it's not never. But when a lot of people don't get the positive feedback of the justification, when people don't get the positive feedback of what they've been doing up until this point, it feels like all the work that they've been doing means nothing because you always do this and you never do that. It's like you never acknowledge the work that I do. Do do. You never acknowledge the work that I do put into this relationship. You never acknowledge the work that I have done up until this point. But now you're telling me I always do this and I never do that? Then what the fuck have I been doing up until this point to where it's beneficial to a relationship? Because obviously I've done nothing. And obviously that's not true. But in this moment, they're frustrated. So what I would ask them, or what I would tell them more so, is say, hey, I think I kind of understand where you're coming from, but I feel like you using always and never is kind of an accurate statement. Now, I understand because two people fighting and being upset is going to start a wildfire. But it takes one level-headed individual to say, hey, I hear you and I want to continue to hear you, but right now I feel like this is an attack because I feel like, me using I statements, I feel like when you say always and never, it discredits everything that I have done up to this point. And I know you might not mean to say it that way, but this is how I'm interpreting it. So if you don't mind, can you rephrase what you're saying so it doesn't feel like an attack? And you just tell me the things that you would like done or you would like to be done differently up until this point, so that way I can work on those aspects. Because instead of you telling me all things I'm not doing, I want you to tell me all things you want me to do. There's a difference. Finally, my lunch break came into you spitting those facts. I appreciate it. Ask them to use I statements to fight for our relationship to have an effective communication to seem to be heard. I broke things off yesterday, not much trying to cope. Why'd you break things off, if you don't mind me asking? What if they ask you, what if you ask why they don't want you going? They say because they need to protect you because the world is crazy. I feel like that's a very controlling thing. The world's going to be crazy regardless. I feel like that statement is crazy. I get tired of trying to give people the benefit of the doubt because I always end up being disappointed. I feel like people don't want to be understanding anymore. Just give up instead of fighting. I feel like, good afternoon, friend. How you doing? Hey, girl. Hey, how's work going for you on this Monday? Communication is a struggle for a lot of men. It's sad. It really is, unfortunately. I'm going back to my bubble. It's more peaceful. I feel it. My issue is that I express things I would like done and they still don't get done. It's because they're choosing not to do it. Let me put it in bigger terms, right? If I come to you as a partner and I express all the things that I would like done in a relationship, you tell me, oh, I hear you, I hear you, I hear you, I hear you. Okay. All the things that I'm asking from you, they don't take weeks to accomplish or months to accomplish or years to accomplish. You can do this now. So if you tell me you hear me, you hear me, you hear me, I'm waiting for you to implement what you heard into this relationship because I'm fucking waiting. It's different if I come to you and I say, hey, here's the things that I want and need from the relationship. And you ask me, okay, I hear you, but what does that look like for you? Because I don't know exactly what you're trying to ask me. You want to go on more dates, but what kind of dates are you looking for? How often are you looking to go on these dates? I know you told me you want more intimacy, but what kind of intimacy or what forms of intimacy are you looking for? Are you looking for in a sexual way? Or are you just looking for more physical touch? Or are you looking for, what exactly are you looking for? I know you told me quality time, but what does quality time look like? Because I'm asking questions because I genuinely don't know what you want from me in a sense of like what you expect it to look like. And I want to make sure I do it right. I don't want to have to cut and then cut and cut. I want to measure twice or cut once. I want to make sure I'm doing this the right way. So I'm asking questions for clarification so I can do it the way you're expecting me to as my partner. That's what I want. But if I just tell you, okay, I got it, I hear you, and I'm not doing it, it looks like I'm making a choice not to do it because I told you I hear you, and I validated you in that moment to say, hey, I hear you, but I'm not doing it. So now it looks like I don't care because I'm choosing not to do it. But then I can't get mad at the fact that I'm choosing not to do it after I told you I already hear you. Because the things you're asking for, once again, they don't require weeks, they don't require months, they don't require years. They can do it starting today. So when an individual is making you feel like they're making a choice not to do these things, it looks like they don't care. And if they don't care, it leads to frustration and internal anger. If you have internal anger, frustration, and they continuously don't do these things, then that anger and that internal frustration tends to come out in the unpleasing way. And now y'all fighting because you're saying, you don't fucking listen to me and I ask you to do this and that and you don't care and it just turns into more than it needs to if they would just make a choice to do it. Because if they're unsure, they can ask questions. If they do it and they don't do it the right way, you let them know they didn't do it the right way, they can ask which way you want it done. If they need more clarification, you'd be happy to provide it. But instead, they told you, hey, I hear you. I'll take care of it. So now you like, okay, cool, sure, here you go. And when they don't do it, you're like, you told me, you heard me. Because when you ask me to do things, I do it. But when I ask you to do things, it's a problem, or it's a fight, or you're just choosing not to do it. And now I'm just sitting here giving you the benefit package, and I ain't getting shit in return as a partner. It's funny you said that because I was going back because don't want to be alone while world is crazy. I get that. It's not an excuse though. I'd rather be alone in this crazy world than be in a crazy relationship in a crazy world. That's just me personally. Right? I get tired of constantly repeating my boundaries. It's so annoying. And then that's why I broke it off after 8 years. I don't blame you. True, because that's where I'm at. How do you meet their love language without feeling used when they have an attitude or bring up that you are inconsistent when you are trying to do better, but they say and it make you want and not want to? First and foremost, I would ask them if I'm genuinely meeting their love language. And if I'm not meeting their love languages, I would ask them to give me some examples of times where I did meet their love languages the way they wanted me to meet their love languages. Now, I would ask them in the future if I don't meet their love languages, instead of them getting upset at me, because maybe I feel like I'm doing everything I need to do and they feel like I'm not doing things I need to do, just give me feedback. Let me know you like that, or let me know you don't like that and you want me to make it look different, and I can do that. But when you make me feel little, when you make me feel small, or you get an attitude when I don't do things the right way, it makes me not want to do it no more. Because if I can't do it the way I thought it was the right way, and you're not critiquing me for me to change it, instead you want to yell at me, then what's going to influence me to want to do it more? Because if I continuously do it the way I think it should be done, and you're not giving me any feedback, I'm going to continuously do it wrong, which is going to lead to you yelling and screaming at me, which is going to lead to me going in a mental spiral because I'm trying to please you, but you're not telling me how to please you. Instead, you're yelling at me when I do it the wrong way. So instead of yelling at me, tell me, talk to me. Hey, sweetheart, can you do it differently? Can you change this? Can you do that? Okay, cool. I hear you. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you for bringing it to my attention, compared to you never want to fucking do it the right way. You just don't give a damn. You just don't care. Because now, like, we got to fight. Put the boxing gloves on, because now you got to run my fade. Like, because first of all, who you yelling at? But it needs to be some feedback. Definitely feedback. And probably thank you for the follow. I know I get told I'm dumb for going back many times, but I did because I genuinely had love for him. And in thought things would be different. You're not dumb. I know a lot of people would have their opinions upon your situation, but their opinions are fucking irrelevant, including mine. I would never call you dumb, because I understand and I get it. There ain't nobody on the fucking face of this earth who has done things the right way the first time, or the second time, or maybe even third time. There's nobody in this world who's perfect, who's had a perfect relationship. There's nobody in this world who hasn't done things they're like, fuck, maybe I shouldn't have did that many times, but you know what I did, so we're just going to act like that didn't happen. You are not the first, you are not the last. You're not the only one who's going to go through it, who has been through it, or who will go through it. Not the first, not the last. Never. Never, ever, ever, ever. Nobody else's opinion matters about your situation, and what you decide to do with your life will depend on what's going to make you happy. This is your life to live. I could call you all kind of names, and guess what? I'm still going to go live my life. I can criticize your relationship based off what I would do in your situation from the outside looking in, when I don't have any feelings, I don't have any emotions, I don't have any experiences the same way you do. Because if I was in your shoes, experiencing what you're experiencing and feeling the way you felt, I would have done the same thing. But it's easy for me on the outside looking in to say, oh, you're dumb for going through that. You're stupid for going through that. I'm not in your situation, so I don't know. Because you can look at some shit that I've been through and be like, you dumb as hell for staying. I know. I feel dumb now that I know my self-worth. But back then, shit, you couldn't tell me nothing. This crazy person I was with could have told me the sky was pink, and I was like, yup, you're right. You fucking right. But me now, obviously, I know better. But it took me to experience certain things to understand and grow and learn from them. And it's gonna take you certain situations for you to grow and learn through them. And don't feel bad and don't give a fuck about what somebody else gonna say about your situation. Cause guess what? They not perfect by any means. Nobody in this fucking world is perfect. So don't determine your moves and your actions and what you decide to do in your life based off what somebody else tells you they would do in your situation. Because they're not in your situation, nor will they ever will be. So don't feel bad for what you've been through. This is your life to live. Can someone cash at me 30? Ooh, boy, in this economy, oof. Once I tell them something simple as texting and calling for them is a problem, I feel that I'm going back to school, complete my degree, and leave this 23-year marriage. I don't blame you. That's what I did. I went back to school. Got a relationship. I'm like, yep, sign me up for college. I'm back in school. Is it bad to wait on the ex that let you go but still love a lot, but they have someone else right now? How long are you willing to wait? Let me ask you a question. Like, how long are you willing to wait, Lucky? Let me ask you another question in conjunction with that. Let's say your ex decides to marry this person. Are you still willing to wait? Let's say your ex decides to have a family with this person. Are you still willing to wait? Let's say your ex is with this person for 10 to 15, 20 years. Are you still willing to wait? Let's say your ex breaks up with this person and gets with somebody else. Are you still willing to wait? Let's say your ex breaks up with this person, gets with somebody else, breaks up with that person, gets with somebody else, and breaks up with that person, gets with somebody else, and none of those people are you. Are you still willing to wait? Are you still willing to wait, hold on to the possibility because you love somebody, but they don't love you back? Because if they did, they would never risk putting you in a position to lose you because they wouldn't want to see you with nobody else but them because they know your worth and they know your value, which means they will pour into you the same way you want to pour into them because they love you the same way you love them. So, are you willing to wait? That's a question you have to ask yourself. Next relationship, I definitely need to set boundaries and stand my ground. I know what I deserve. Your boundaries are there to protect you. Keep that in mind. Your boundaries are there to protect you. And if you're trying to protect you and the other person gets offended at the fact that you're trying to protect you, what does that tell you about them? What if they say you take everything personal while arguing? I would ask them, why do they feel like I'm taking things personal? And first and foremost, why y'all arguing? Stop arguing. When do you stop trying to work on the marriage, especially when he won't talk to me, just be mean? How can you work on the marriage if you're the only one trying to work on it? If I'm not mistaken, the marriage is between you and your partner, but if your partner's not present, then how much work can you genuinely do by yourself when it requires a two-person, when this is a two-person job? How much work can you do with one person when it requires two people to participate? Excuse me. Crystal, thank you for the follow. He's dismissive and avoiding their children in the house. I found he watches X-rated videos often to get. Oh, okay. So, how do you feel about him watching X-rated videos? Do you feel you should do whatever your partner wants to make them happy? This is what my fiance believed, and I was drained. Within reason. I don't mean jump through hoops, and when they say jump, you jump. When you say swim, you swim. When they say fly, you fly. I don't mean anything like that. I mean that if you're fulfilling their wants and their needs and it's reasonable, then by all means. But if they're asking you to go above and beyond and they're not reciprocating the energy, then no, because you're going to run yourself dry as you did. Quick relief, and then when I try to engage in activity, he isn't willing. He said, watching X-ray videos and the problem, he has no emotional attachment to them. Am I wrong for not wanting him to or allowing him to continue? See, the thing is that you might feel the way you feel, but also recognize that he's a grown man. He can do what he wants at the end of the day. So you might want him to stop watching X-rated videos. He might want to continue to watch X-rated videos. You're not wrong, as well as he's not wrong, because he's a grown, independent individual who can do what he wants. You're a grown, independent individual who can do what you want. But now the issue is that because he's doing what he wants and it's affecting you in a negative way, it looks like he doesn't care. Not only that, he's willing to look at other women, but when it comes to interacting with you on an emotional and intimate level, he's not willing to do that. But yet he's still willing to pleasure himself looking at other women. I understand that he might not have an emotional attachment to them the same way he might have with you. But in the same breath, you don't have to have an emotional attachment to be satisfied or to pleasure yourself from watching content, you know what I mean? So with that being said, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm not saying you're right. I'm not saying he's right. But what I'm saying is right now you have a difference of what's wrong and what's right in your relationship. And with that being said, if he's not willing to change his behavior, because it sounds like he's not, then where does that leave you in a situation? Even though you two have kids involved, you have to consider what you and this relationship looks like with this individual who's not willing to change their behavior that's affecting you in a negative way. How long are you willing to tolerate the things that aren't going to change in your relationship? Is it worth staying, knowing this information, or are you going to try to work it out and try to get counseling or therapy? But also this requires the other person to acknowledge the fact that there's a problem that needs to be worked on and needs to be changed. And if they're not willing to change and work on the problem, then nothing changes. If nothing changes, you're back at square one debating is it worth staying in this relationship with the individual who's not willing to change their behavior that's affecting you in a negative way. So I hope that helps. Go live your best life. I texted my ex. I missed him on Saturday night. Sunday morning, he misses me too. So where are you going to go with that situation feeling like they miss you? Just because somebody miss you doesn't mean they want to put in the work to be in a relationship with you. Keep that in mind. You said your son said, stop cursing. Tell him I don't want no smoke. Tell him he got it. I don't want no smoke with him. I'm done cursing. I don't want no action. Good word, man. Love this. Glad I found you. I appreciate that. Their ex for a reason, let them go. Nishka, how you doing? A lot of people are way too broken and need to heal. I think I made a mistake for breaking up with him. No one else is him. Yeah, you're right. No one else is him. That's the beautiful thing about life. You're never going to meet the same person twice. You might meet somebody who has similar actions or does a similar thing as the last person, but they're a totally different person. A totally different situation, totally different perspective, totally different upbringings, totally different values. You're never going to meet nobody like your ex. That's as real as it. That's as real as it gets. You're never going to meet nobody like your ex. A lot of people might be like, oh my God, that's scary. I'm not going to meet nobody like my ex. Why are they your ex? And knowing that you're never going to meet nobody like your ex, why not give somebody else an opportunity who's not your ex? If pleasing and violates your boundaries, I'd say no. I'm let it go and focus on myself. I feel it. I have a hard time letting go because I let her go, but I call her, let her know I loved her. And she told me that she had a new boyfriend, and he got her new boyfriend on my birthday. Not gonna lie, my 22nd birthday was not very happy. It'd be like that. It do be like that. But also, the more attention you give to your ex, the more you're going to be hurt because you got to realize that they're living life without you. So as long as you're paying attention to what your ex is doing and how they're moving and who they're with, it's going to hurt you because everything they do doesn't include you. Everything they say doesn't include you. Every person they're with is not you. So are you going to continue to hurt yourself due to somebody else's actions of living their best life, or are you going to start learning how to live your best life? You said, I'm going to this place Tuesday night to talk because we never got to talk at the end. Okay. So what is your intention of going in with talking to your ex? Pray every day to God that she comes back healed from her scars. Why are you not praying for you? Why are you not praying for your guidance? Why are you not praying for you and your life to get better? Why are you relying on her for happiness instead of providing yourself that happiness? I want someone who is better than my ex. That's a fact. Ms. Gonzalez, thank you for the follow. Best advice for making a dismissive, avoidant, and anxiously attachment work. Communicate. Let me give you an example. My girlfriend and I, she's anxious and I'm avoidant. Using us as an example. We're not anxious and avoidant now, in a sense, like how we used to be when we first got together, but anxious and avoidant. My girlfriend being anxious, she wants to deal with things right there on the spot. If a situation comes up, she wants to talk about it, she wants to work through it, because if she doesn't, she's going to be thinking about it. She's going to be overthinking about it. Definition of overthinking is you're literally overthinking about the situation. Instead of communicating, instead of talking about it, She is in her head about it. She's working on every possibility. She's coming up with a script of how I might react or what I might say. She's trying to have a response, prepare for that. She has anxiety of feeling like she's too much, she's too overwhelming, that I'm going to invalidate her. I'm not going to make her feel safe because this is what happened in the past with prior relationships, right? So she wants to deal with things right then and there. If I do anything else besides deal with the problem right then and there, it looks like I don't care. It looks like I don't want to hear her. It looks like she's being invalidated. It looks like she's too much. It looks like it confirms all her suspicions about herself, essentially. Now she goes back to try and deal with these things in her head, and she can't because she needs to deal with these things in person and actually deal with these things with the other person. But if the other person isn't present, then she's left to deal with these things in her head, and it leads to a panic attack, her hyperventilating, her not being okay. It just leads to a lot, right? As an avoidant, need time to deal with the situation, need time to process what's going on, to regulate feelings and emotions, to understand that it's okay to talk about these things and this person's not going to walk away, and it's okay to have an attachment, not an attachment, but it's okay to have feelings and emotions involved because this relationship isn't going to end like the rest and this person isn't going to walk away, and it's okay to be vulnerable. It's okay to be safe, but you do need 5 to 10 minutes to think about what's going on and why it's happening. And if you get too overwhelmed, then it causes the avoidant person to shut down and to stop talking and to feeling like the anxious person doesn't care about the avoidant person because they're not giving them enough respect to have those 5 to 10 minutes to themselves. So you have a person who wants to deal with things right then and there. You have a person who needs time to figure out what's going on, why it's happening. So the anxious person has already thought about 101 possibilities, including a script. The avoidant person is just now letting it all soak in. So if the anxious person wants to deal with things right then and there, but the avoidant person walks away, it looks like the avoidant person doesn't care. But if the anxious person doesn't allow the avoidant person time to themselves, then the avoidant person is not going to be able to communicate. They're going to shut down. They're going to stonewall. But if the avoidant person doesn't recognize that the anxious person needs to deal with it, then the anxious person is going to be in their head. They're going to be overthinking. They're going to be overcalculating. It's going to be bad. So how do you bring these two together? You communicate. Hey, I want to deal with the situation right here and there. I want to work through it. This is how I feel. This is why I feel the way I feel. Hey, I hear you. I understand what you're saying. And I want to work through this with you. I'm not going to leave you. I'm not going to leave this relationship. Right now, I feel like I need 5 to 10 minutes to be able to have this conversation with you. But if you feel like you can't wait 5 to 10 minutes, is there any way possible that you can tell me how you feel and then give me 5 to 10 minutes to respond to you, because I want to talk to you about this with you, but I need time to regulate my feelings and my emotions. We're talking about these things, we're communicating, but we're also expressing what we feel like we need in this moment in order to have this conversation. But if the avoidant person walks away, anxious person thinks they don't care. If the anxious person doesn't give the avoidant person time and space, the avoidant person is going to think the anxious person doesn't care. And it's going to lead to an argument because there's a difference in the way people handle conflict. So it leads to communication. Got to communicate. Not saying that the way these two handle conflict is bad. It's just that it needs to be talked about, because this person's not a mind reader. This person's not a mind reader. Should I also block her on Spotify? My psychologist told me... Spotify? Damn, I didn't know you could do that. To block her, and I did that on social media. Blocking her, I feel like, is only going to do so much. Because if she decided to reach out today, how would you react? If she decided to come back and say, hey, I want to be in a relationship with you, how would you react? If she came back and said, hey, I want to be with you, how would you react? If she came back and said, hey, I want to talk to you, how would you react? Blocking her doesn't do anything, because she wants to reach out to you, she will. Where the strength comes in at is not being able to block somebody, but knowing that they exist and learning how to navigate knowing they exist. What if they do message you? Are you going to reply? What if they do tell you they want to be with you? Are you going to be strong enough to say, hey, you know what? We had our chance and I don't want to be with you? That's where the strength comes in at, is realizing that you deserve better. You deserve somebody who wants to commit to you the same way you want to commit to them. The strength comes in acknowledging the fact that your ex can reach out to you and you can ignore them. You don't even have to block them. You can ignore them because you have that much power and that much willpower to say, you know what, I know for a fact if I go back down this road with this person, it's not going to work out because history has shown me that. Therefore, for me to reach back out to them, I'm just repeating the same process over and over and over again because I'm complacent with the way this process is. I'm complacent with being unhappy. But I want to choose me and I want to be happy. In order for me to do that, I have to ignore the past in a sense of ignoring my ex and move on to the future with somebody who deserves me like I deserve them. That's where the strength comes in at. So you can block them, but if you wanna reach out to them, you're gonna unblock them. If you want to talk to them or see what they're doing, you're gonna unblock them, and that defeats the purpose of you blocking them or going no contact or no communicating, whatever the case is. So you have to be strong enough to say, hey, I deserve better, and be capable of moving forward and moving on from that situation. Not saying that your psychiatrist or your psychologist is wrong by any means. I'm just saying that blocking only goes so far, especially in this day and age, because if they want to reach out to you, they can make multiple accounts, multiple profiles, multiple everything. They can reach out through email, make fake phone numbers, reach out through social media accounts. They can send a message in a postal if they want to. They can handwrite a message and then send it to your address if they really wanted to get to you. You can't block postal to a certain extent. So the strength isn't blocking. The strength is acknowledging they exist and learning how to ignore them because you know for a fact they're not good for you. That's just my personal opinion. I learned to let go and not continue to be hurt, move on, pray with self, family too. I guess shadow workbook is very helpful. I love that. He made me feel like I didn't know what I needed and I wanted, but I know what you need. Where am I at? Say you're thankful to follow. She is me, I am her. I'm dealing with this now, it's hard. Definitely the anxious person is avoiding and your girlfriend anxious is her asking for reassurance too much for you? No. So you might feel like as an avoidant person, your anxious partner needs so much reassurance. That's how you might feel because you feel like as an avoidant person, you're used to providing yourself that reassurance. And what that reassurance looks like as an avoidant person a lot of the times is, it is what it is. That's what reassurance for avoiding people looks like sometimes. It is what it is. For anxious people, that shit don't fucking work. For anxious people, they need to talk about it. They need to work through it. They need to figure out why it happened, what it means, and what's going on and why it's happening. The reassurance just looks different. Because as an avoidant person, you might want more physical reassurance. As an anxious person, they might need more verbal reassurance. They might just need to hear, hey, I love you. It's okay. I'm here with you. I'm not going to leave you. Is that hard to do? No. How hard was that for me to say, I love you. I appreciate you. It's okay. I'm here if you need me. That's not hard. On a consistent basis, it's not hard. Every day, it's not hard. Physically, I want to know that I'm wanted. I want to know that I'm loved. It's not in a sexual sense. It's just like a hug. It's just like, hey, I love you. I appreciate you. Thanks for being here. My reassurance looks different than hers in some cases. Not saying that I don't like verbal reassurance. Not saying that I prefer physical reassurance. But I need reassurance too. Maybe not as often as she does. But just because she needs it more, or she would like for it to happen more often, doesn't mean that it's too much work on my end. It's just, that's what she needs. Okay. Is it something that's I need to change my whole persona for? No. Is it something I need to change my entire well-being for? No. Is this something that I need to dig deep in my bag to learn how to do? No. She just needs to know that it's okay. It's safe. I'll take care of you. I'm here for you. I'm not going to walk away. I'm not going to leave. You're not too much. You're not overwhelming. Come talk to me. I don't want you to be up here. I want you to be out here. Because if you're up here, it's going to go all bad. Because you're going to convince yourself, whatever it is you're thinking, you're going to convince yourself that it's true. And your body emotionally and physically is going to react to that. So if you think I hate you because that's what you're perceiving as an anxious person because you feel like you did something wrong, you're going to assume that I do hate you and you're going to react as if I do hate you, as if I told you to your face I fucking hate you. And then you're going to be hyperventilating and throwing up, sliding down the wall. Compared to asking me, hey, babe, are you mad at me? No, sweetheart, I'm sorry. I'm deep in thought. Are you okay? Do you need anything from me? Oh, no, babe, I just want to make sure you weren't mad at me. Okay, cool. No, I'm not mad at you. I love you. I appreciate you. Boom. That reassurance right there, just all that just went away. But if I don't, throwing up, sliding out of wall, hyperventilating, all that, all at once. Do you feel like reassurance is enabling the thoughts of the anxious person? No, the anxious person is going to have thoughts regardless. But in order to help those thoughts just become fleeting thoughts, meaning like they come and they go, you provide reassurance. So a negative thought comes in, you reinforce that negative thought with positive verbal action. Positive verbal reassurance, positive verbal, and then that negative fleeting thought goes out. So when they think, man, I'm too overwhelming, and you say, babe, you're not overwhelming, I love you. But the alternative is they say, I feel like I'm overwhelming. And I go, yeah, you can be overwhelming sometimes. Oh, shit. You don't know what you just did. But it's not hard to do the alternative. It's just positive reinforcement. I don't know the science behind why humans, especially anxious people, have these negative thoughts. I can only assume it's because they experience negativity so much that they're trying to anticipate what's going to happen next so they can be whatever they need to be in that moment to feel like they have to survive in that moment. Meaning, like, if I feel like this person's mad, then I need to make sure that I'm preparing for the worst, and I'm trying not to make them mad by doing all the things I feel like I need to do to not make them mad because I don't want to argue or fight. So I have anxiety about what I need to do and who I need to be in this moment to survive. But when you let them know, like, you don't have to survive, it's okay, it's safe, it's comfortable, it's hard to get out of that fight or flight mode or that fight or flight mentality when you've been in it so long. So when people know it's safe, it's hard to constantly remember that it's safe if you're not being provided the reassurance that it is safe on a consistent basis. That made sense in my head, so hopefully it made sense of what I just said. I'm definitely overthinking and getting ignored, which causes issues. I get it because when I thought he was being mean for walking away, but I'm talking, then my talking turned into screaming. I'm an anxious person, he's avoiding, but it's difficult. That person just don't want to. I get that. Does confessing to a new person needs to be rushed? Been talking and we both hanging out for often 6 months. What do you mean confessing? What do you mean by confessing? Out of curiosity. New here. How you doing, Christopher? How you feeling? Can avoidance change to be secure? Can narcissists change? Avoidance, I was very avoidant. I'm very secure now. To answer your question. Can narcissists change? Narcissists have to identify that there's a problem. And upon identifying that there's a problem, they have to acknowledge that the problem is them. In order for it to not be a problem, they have to be willing to change for them, not for the good of the relationship, not for the other person. They have to want to create a change within them because they're identifying that their actions and their words and the way they move, the way they walk, the way they talk is affecting other people around them in a negative manner. So therefore, because they don't want to affect people in a negative manner, they want to change their behavior for themselves so that way they can have healthy relationships with other people. But if they're not willing to identify that they need to change for them in order to benefit the people around them, then there's not going to be a change. And that goes for anybody, whether they're a cheater, a liar, whatever the case is. I think I'm attracting the avoidant men. How do I attract something better? To be honest, not gonna lie to you, a lot of men are avoidant. The reason being is because a lot of men have grew up with the mentality that we have to deal with our emotions and feelings by ourselves. That's why a lot of men aren't vulnerable, because they're used to dealing with their emotions and feelings by themselves. And it comes to, it is what it is. I got to deal with it. I got to suck it up. I got to tough it out. I got to figure it out because I'm a man. My job is to provide. My job is to take care of things. And when I'm failing to provide as a man, it leads to a lot of men getting in a depressive state and beating themselves up and feel like they're not worthy, they're not good enough, they're undeserving of things because they're failing as a man to provide, which is their only job is to provide, which a lot of men feel like is their only job is to provide. A lot of men are used to dealing with their feelings and emotions by themselves, whether if it stems from childhood or their upbringing. A lot of times when men go to be emotional, the other men around them are very judgmental. Man, you sitting there crying like a bitch. You sitting there crying like a punk. Why you crying? Why you in your feelings? You in your feelings like a little girl. You in your feelings like a female. You probably heard that very often. And a lot of men have negative friend groups who reinforce that behavior, but also from childhood as a little boy. When you scrape your knee as a boy, you're told not to cry. You're told to man up, be tough, be strong. So you have this reinforcement mentality through your adulthood. You fail to vent, you fail to talk about how you feel, and you don't necessarily build attachments with things because you're used to things being taken away, or you're used to not having attachment with things to a certain extent because you're so used to things disappearing out of your life when you failed as a man. So if I fail to provide as a man, then I'm expecting the person I'm providing for to leave because I'm failing as a man. So therefore, why would I build emotional attachment to something that's going to leave? It hurts less if I don't build an emotional attachment compared to if I do build an emotional attachment and then now it's gone. Now I'm hurt. And who do I talk to about my feelings and my emotions? Nobody. That's why the unalive rate is very high for men, because a lot of men don't express the way they feel. They get to the point where they hold up all this anger and this frustration and everything, and it gets to the point where they explode. And when they explode, it leads to them feeling like they're better off dead than they are alive, and it's very unfortunate. And I was almost a statistic of that because of the pressure of feeling like I had to provide and feeling overwhelmed and feel like I'm doing all this by myself. Even though I knew there was help, if I ask for help as a man, I look weak. I look like vulnerable. I look less than a man, which sounds fucking weird saying it out loud now, but back then it made sense. So a lot of men are avoiding. A lot of men aren't used to talk about feelings and emotions because they talk about their feelings and emotions up here. That's why a lot of men work so much to try to avoid what they're feeling and what they're thinking. That's why a lot of men stay in their cars when they come home from work. That's why a lot of men try to escape through video games or through sports, or try to get their minds off things, or they try to find activities that are stimulated enough to where they can escape from reality to not have to deal with the way they feel. I'm not making an excuse for any man. I'm just giving an explanation as to why a lot of men are avoidant. So it's a good chance that when you go meet another man, he's going to be avoidant. When you meet another man, he's going to be avoidant. When you meet another man, it's a good chance he's going to be avoidant. I recently realized our different styles. I'm working on controlling my thoughts and allowing his space to try to keep from sabotaging our relationship. I feel that. Well, I'm learning a lot. Listen to you. I appreciate that. What did you think for the follow? Where did the audio go? Did the audio cut out? I'm sorry. Very anxious. He thinks I'm too much, needy, want to talk because he doesn't need it. He can't relate, but makes me feel unwanted and oppressive. LOL. He doesn't. That's mentality. Because he doesn't need it, he feels like you don't need it. If he could deal with his problems and feelings by himself, you should be able to deal with your problems and your feelings by yourself. You look like Kanye. I appreciate that. But sometimes I wonder if I have called, I would have maybe not abandoned her. I get that. At the end of the day, he can't or won't reassure as much as he did the first year of dating. I didn't grow a physical real reassurance, but I know I'm not broken because I gave it to my dog. I feel it. As I'm making changes, how can I ask my partner to be considerate of my feelings as without putting blame on him? Just like that. Excuse me. Just like that. Hey, I'm going through a change right now. Here's what that change looks like. Here's how I might react, or here's how my feelings might be portrayed, and it's not my intention, but I'm just letting you know I'm going through things, and here's how I need you to be here for me as a partner, or here's how I would like for you to be here for me as a partner, and here's how I might react going through what I'm going through, and I would like to know your thoughts and your feelings upon that. Please make an avoidant anxious attachment in a relationship of video series. I got you. Yes, I thought he hated me for real because he never reassured me he didn't hate me. A lot of men don't know how to provide reassurance for women because they never provided it for themselves. Not making excuses, just explaining. I stayed reassuring him, but now he acts more defensive than reassuring. I would ask why he feels like he needs to be defensive. We over anticipate negative stuff to prepare emotionally. Anxiety is a killer. Anxious people fear abandonment. Yep. And you're dealing with an avoidant person. So you're an anxious person who fears abandonment, and you're dealing with an individual who stays to themselves to deal with their own emotions and feelings. So you're fearing abandonment with an individual who's used to abandonment. How can I help heal and be there for my avoidant boyfriend to be more secure? Ask him. I would like to be here for you as a partner. I feel like you have an avoidant attachment style, and I don't know exactly what that looks like, But from my perspective, here's what that looks like. And I don't want you to feel like you got to shut down. I don't want you to feel like you got to walk away from me, because I want to provide a safe and healthy, comfortable space for you. I just don't know how to do that for you as a partner. So therefore, what can I do for you as your partner to provide the space for you? Because I want you to open up and confide in me. And I understand that you might not be comfortable or used to doing these things. I understand it also may take time, but I want to work towards that goal for you to be comfortable enough to express to me how you feel and what's on your mind. Therefore, what can I do to provide support for you as a partner in this moment or in these moments where you feel the need to avoid the situation? And if you ever do feel the need to avoid the situation, let me know so I can either provide you the space that you need in that moment, or let me know so I can enforce more reassurance so that way you know that it's safe to open up. I want to confess to her that I'm in love with her. Why not do it? Bruce, thank you for the follow. If they think someone is going to cheat if they go into the office setting for work and your career can be remote, is enabling that thought if you work remote so they can feel better? That's wild, because you could cheat anywhere. So you shouldn't have to change the way. So instead of trying to constantly change to satisfy your partner's feeling of you wanting to cheat, we have to identify why do they feel like you're constantly going to cheat under every circumstance. We got to pretty much unplug that part of them that feels like you're going to cheat by identifying what part of that is that, and then work through that so that way they understand like they can trust you. They can be here with you and know that you're not going to leave them. But if you constantly try to do things and navigate life to satisfy them because they feel like you're going to cheat, then they're never going to be genuinely satisfied. And you're going to feel like you're not doing things in a relationship because you want to. You're doing things in a relationship to protect their feelings and their emotions. Avoiding men still find a way to be super dramatic, though. A lot of people are dramatic. I agree with you, though. Amber also, thank you for the follow. Brittany, thank you for the follow. How do you come out of fight or flight so that it's fair for both parties? Talk about why you feel like you have to be in fight or flight, both of you. What does fight or flight look like for you first and foremost? Hey, I'm in fight or flight. I feel like I'm constantly in fight or flight because I feel like I'm so used to people leaving that I have to prepare for people leaving. Why do I feel like I'm constantly have to prepare for people leaving? Because I'm used to people leaving all the time. And I feel like you're not going to leave me, but also I feel like I'm preparing in case you do leave me. So I feel like I have to stay in fight or flight. What's going to make me feel comfortable enough to not be in fight or flight is when I provided more reassurance. And I know for a fact, I don't know for a fact, but I feel better knowing that you're going to be here with me. So what kind of reassurance do I need? I need more verbal reassurance on a consistent basis. What does verbal reassurance look like? It looks like you telling me on a consistent basis how much you love me and how much you care for me. Exactly how you feel, I want to hear it verbally because I'm not a mind reader and I can't just assume how you feel. But it'll stop my overthinking. It'll stop me feeling like I have to be in fight or flight to prepare for the worst if you continue to make me comfortable and continue to make me feel safe in this relationship. And I appreciate that to looking like Kanye. Kanye, Kyrie Irving, I'll take it all. It's cool. Should I give a second chance when someone left you so easily? Why would you give them a second chance if they couldn't love you the first time? What couldn't they have done the first time that they're going to automatically do the second time around? Why do they need a second time to love you when they should have loved you right the first time? Did you need a second time to love them? Did you need another opportunity to be like, oh shit, let me wake up and do what I'm supposed to be doing in a relationship? Have you not expressed your wants and needs? What did they do when, upon you expressing your wants and needs? Did they decide to meet those wants and needs, or did they just run away and escape the relationship to break up? Now you want to give them a second chance to repeat the same actions over again. If they couldn't do it the first time, what makes you think they're going to change and do it the second time? Time does not change people. People change people. People actively working on themselves to identify the aspects of themselves that they need to work on in order to have beneficial and healthy relationships. If they have not put in the work in the amount of time y'all been separated, what has changed within them? Are you willing to take that gamble to assume that they've changed because of the time and space that you two have had in between time? And if you're willing to take that gamble, what happens if they don't change? Are you capable of leaving the second time knowing that you've given them an opportunity one time, and not only one time, but a second time around? Are you willing to give them a third opportunity to try to love you the way they should have the first two times? So it begs a lot of questions when you ask yourself if you should give them a second chance. It's easy to say, hey, I missed them and I love them and I want to be with them. But if they felt the same way, why'd you have to give them a second opportunity? Because if they felt the same way, they would have worked through the hardship the first time around, to where instead of looking for the exit, they were looking for an entryway to build a deeper connection in that relationship. So you have to decide, knowing the information you know, if it's worth giving them a second chance. I'm not going to tell you yes, I'm not going to tell you no. I'm going to tell you to identify your situation and identify if it's worth it for you. I feel abandonment in relationships a lot. Sooner we realize the heartless people are, the more prepared we'll be. My man works to keep from talking things out with me, especially if something is bothering me. Have you asked him why he feels that way? Off topic. Thank you for the compliment. Appreciate it. Jessica, thank you for the follow. Hugs to you. Appreciate it. Men don't say that, though. They just say, quote unquote, not my problem. So what's the point? I get what you're saying, and I hear you. I'm not justifying that lingo by any means. Lucky, I hope you have a great day as well. I'm not saying that that's justification to say it is your problem, you need to deal with it because you got in a relationship. So, like, even though it is your problem, you still want to talk to your partner about it. It's not that you're saying, like, oh, shit, I got a problem. Let me go ahead and hand this to my partner so it's his problem. What you're saying is, hey, I have a problem, and I feel like I know what the answer is to solve this problem, but I also want to talk about everything that's going on with me and how I feel and what's in my mind upon having this problem that I have. A lot of men see things in black and white. They see, okay, there's a problem, let's figure out a solution. Not realizing, like, you can have a problem, but also know a solution, but also talk about the way you feel in between. Because a lot of men don't do that. They're like, okay, it's a problem, let's do a solution. It's a problem, a solution, problem, solution. There's no emotion in between. But women, it's like, it's a problem, let's talk about it, let's work through it, let's figure out what's going wrong, let's go right so we can not have this problem no more, and then let's fix it. So I think a lot of men are missing that middle step in between, identifying, instead of just problem, solution, there's problem, let's talk about it, let's figure out how to not have this problem again, and then come up with a solution. You're setting yourself up for failure by opening up? No, not necessarily. You open up to the wrong person, that's the issue. I'm not expressive person, how can I organize my thoughts in confessing that I love her? Just say how you feel. I know that sounds wild, but I don't think there's a right or wrong way to necessarily say how you feel if you feel the way you feel. Express what love is and how she makes you feel and what you feel like is going on in a relationship to make you feel the way you feel, and see if she feels the same way. Go Kanye. That doesn't happen either way. Quote, I'm not here to reassure you. Then why be in a relationship? Thoughts on a partner having addiction to X-rated videos. 2 years passed but nothing done to work on it. I feel like if they're not willing to change, you have to create a change. What I mean by that is, if you're not comfortable with the way the relationship is, and the relationship isn't going to change no matter what you decide to do and how you decide to do it, then you have to create a change in the relationship to leave the relationship, because things in a relationship aren't changing and the current status of a relationship is making you uncomfortable. So you have to identify the fact that your partner's not willing to change despite what you're asking them to do, despite what you're telling them, despite your point of view, despite how you feel. So therefore, if they're not willing to change, you're not willing to stay in that relationship to continuously be uncomfortable, then you have to decide, is it worth leaving over the current situation because it's not changing and they're not willing to change or get the help that they feel like they need to change? Or you're either going to stay or you're going to leave. That's pretty much what I'm getting at. Or responds what I need as an anxious person. I get that I have expressed 2 needs regularly since October, and they're just not meeting it. I feel like I love how you help us with examples of how to express what we have difficulties with. I appreciate that. These needs are dismissed every time, and I told him I'm too needy and don't have any understanding. You're not too needy. You just have needs. Just because you're more needy or you feel like you're more needing than him doesn't mean you're too needy. You just have needs. Because he's not expressing his needs, so you feel like you're too needy. Because if you go from 0 to 100, you feel like yours is a lot compared to his, because he's not asking for a lot from you, but you feel like you're constantly asking for things from him. So you feel like you're too needy, and you feel like he's not needy enough. But what if I told you it's equal? He has needs and you have needs. You're just verbalizing that you want your needs and wants to be fulfilled, but he's not doing the same. But because he's not doing the same, you don't know what to do as a partner for him because he's not expressing his wants and his needs. But he should know what to do for a partner for you because you are expressing your wants and your needs. So don't feel too needy. You just have needs. There's a difference. Laney, thank you for the follow. Didi, thank you for the follow as well. I'm not giving second chance anymore. I feel it. House of Fashion, thank you for the follow. Me asking for COVID protection as an immune compromise is labeled as overbearing. That's wild. What I'm learning is to ask a lot of questions. Yep. Always ask questions. Do I throw away 8 years we were engaged? So when you say 8 years, what if it was 8 months? What if it was 8 weeks? What if it was 8 days? Time is irrelevant. Because if we're going by a time factor, you would assume that the longer y'all together, the better the relationship would be, because you two are learning how to navigate each other and learning how to communicate, learning how to work through things. But if it's been 8 years and you still run into the same problems you had within the first 7 years prior to the 8th year, then what does it tell you about the status of your relationship? Is it progressively getting better, or is it progressively getting worse? And why is it getting worse if it is getting worse? Is it due to lack of communication? Is it due to lack of intimacy? Okay, why aren't these things being worked on and it's now been 8 years? And how can you be engaged and ready to get married if the relationship does look like this still to this point? Because if your relationship is shitty, your marriage is going to be shitty, because nothing changes between a regular relationship and a marriage except the legal side and then a title from boyfriend and girlfriend to husband and wife. So why would you want to be engaged to somebody who's already giving you a shitty relationship? Because what do you expect from your marriage? You expect just because y'all got a ring on your fingers and change the last name that thing's going to be different? It's not, realistically speaking. So if you can't work through things now, how are you going to work through things in a marriage is more so what I'm trying to get at. So whether if it's 8 days, 8 weeks, 8 months, 8 years, it does not matter. If the same actions transpired at those time frames, would you have considered leaving if the engagement wasn't prominent right now? If y'all weren't trying to move to the next level? That's a question you have to ask yourself. I feel like if the relationship is declining and there's nothing that's transpiring to fix or change this relationship, then why continue to pursue a relationship no matter how long it is? If those 8 years really meant something, then why aren't they putting in the same effort you're attempting to put into this relationship? If the 8 years meant something, y'all been through so much, y'all had so many memories, so many experiences together, then why not continue to try to help the relationship flourish instead of giving up, or instead of getting to a point of complacency in the relationship and just saying, it is what it is. Not going to tell you to throw it away, because you're not throwing it away. You're choosing you. You're choosing to be happy. You're not throwing anything away. You have the experience that you can't get rid of, because this is now part of your memory. This is now part of you. This 8-year experience that you had is now you. So therefore, you can't throw something away that's not physically tangible. It's not materialistic. It's an experience that you had that you got to live with. I asked my ex, I'm struggling at the moment. I woke up. I woke like to know I could come ask for a hug at least. He said, no, why should I do that? He can't even give you a hug? That's wild. I feel like I want to give him a second chance, because what we had was amazing, but at the same time, I don't know which your lives were recorded. I want to rewatch and write down what you said, but you talk fast. I apologize. I'll try my best to talk a little bit slower. It's just a lot of you, and it's only one of me, so I try to make sure I talk through everybody. I try my best to make sure I answer everybody's question in a timely fashion, or else I'm going to get behind on comments. What I'll try to do is I'll try to download the entire live, and maybe I'll start uploading it to YouTube. The only thing is that you won't see the chat in conjunction with what I'm saying, so it looks like I'm just talking to myself as I'm looking down at the screen. So maybe I'll just start trying to upload them to YouTube, and then maybe y'all can rewatch it from there, but just keep in mind that the chat won't be attached to it. So we'll try that out. I'll try to maybe do this one and then upload it to YouTube. Thoughts about having I think I answered that question. I got a date with an older woman by 14 years. What should I expect different from a younger female? Keep in mind that age does not determine maturity, experience does. So you can have somebody who's in their 20s who's very mature or more mature than somebody in their 40s. Age ain't nothing but a number as long as they're legal and they have consent. So therefore, don't look at it as, oh, I'm dating an older woman. This has more experience. You can look at it as, I'm just dating an older woman, and take it for what it is. Do you think it's possible to develop deep, sincere feelings for someone within a month? Yes. If you two have a connection, you two have a connection. Time is irrelevant. What if they ask you a question and you answer with examples and they say they don't feel confident? They don't feel confident in what necessarily? I'm sorry. Thanks for that. I really waited for you to go live. It's 3 a.m. in my country. Dang. What does it mean when a partner say he is not able to give me what I need? Is he pushing me away? No, it's exactly what he said. Take it for what it is. Take it for what he said. Don't dig deep into it. Don't overthink it. Don't try to dig into it. Do not try to dig into it too much to do mental gymnastics to try to figure out what that person meant by what they said. They said he said he is not able to give you what you need, which means that he's capable of identifying what you need. And instead of saying, hey, babe, I want to fulfill your wants and needs, but I feel like I'm not doing a good job. How do you feel about the work that I'm doing right now? Or I feel like I'm not fulfilling your wants and needs. Can you tell me again what your wants and needs are so that I can make sure I'm doing it right? Or, hey, I don't know how to fulfill your wants and your needs. So can you tell me or teach me what your wants and needs are so that way I can make sure I'm doing the right thing? But instead, he gave up and said, I'm not fulfilling your wants and your needs. I'm not able to give you what you need. I am not capable of giving you what I identify that you need and that you want. I can't do it for you. Take it for that. So when a person you're with says, I can't fulfill your wants and your needs, and they're not trying to figure out an alternative to try to work and fulfill your wants and your needs, then take it as it is. Do not dig into it. Do not think more of it. Take it for what it is, black and white. They can't fulfill your wants and your needs. What do you do with that information? I got to deal with the older one. Does raising a concern to your partner is a toxic trait? No, it just means that you're identifying that something's uncomfortable or you have a problem and you want to talk about it. And the answer, but when they ex said the same thing, they had no problem believing in them. So if they're capable of doing it and they're not doing it with you, then I will question them. Because especially if it's in the past and they were able to do it, then you would assume that as time goes forward, because they were able to do it in the past, you would assume as time goes forward, they'd be better at doing it. So we have to figure out why they're not able to do it now all of a sudden, but they were able to do it in the past. What if he struggles with fear and abandonment and I struggle with being controlled and being used? Talk about it. Talk about what you two struggle with and how you struggle with it and why you struggle with it to try to figure out what can you two do to communicate in a way that it doesn't feel controlling for you and it doesn't feel fearful for him to where he wants to abandon or run away from the situation. Feels like you're speaking a lot, drink your water. My struggles fuel his. I appreciate you looking out for me. He's not asking, but he just expects me to be there for his stuff all the time. So what happens when you're not there for him what happens when you're not there for him all the time? Out of curiosity, shut down after not being heard. I feel it. You got a week to get together. After that, I'm moving on. The problems aroused at the 6th year he hasn't resolved what we've circularly argued about. So what more can you put in an entire relationship if nothing's changing? I got a date with the older woman by 14 years. I think I answered that question if I'm not mistaken. But if I need to answer it again, please let me know. Please upload to YouTube. I got you. Okay. I got y'all. You want me to screen record 4 to 5 hours of something? How much memory you think I got on my phone? What's your opinion from moving on that you dated? I think he already has moved on. What's your opinion from moving on that you dated? I'm sorry, trying to understand the question. What's your opinion from moving on that you dated? I think he has already moved. He has already moved on with someone that I dated. I have to move on. I find it hard to. Okay, I get the rest of it. Okay, I see the rest of it now. Why you find it hard to move on? Is because you have feelings and emotions for him? Out of curiosity, it feels like we have to hit a point of no return, but he says it isn't real. So what is his perspective on a situation that you feel like you've hit a point of no return? Does raising a concern is a toxic trait? It is not. That's you bringing a problem that's you bringing up a situation that is either a problem or making you uncomfortable. It's not a toxic trait. It's just you want to talk about it. If your ex sees on your account healing or, for example, a sad video doesn't make you look pathetic, it doesn't matter what your ex thinks about you. Doesn't matter what your ex feels about you. Doesn't matter what anybody thinks about you or anybody feels about you. It's your social media. It's your life. It's the things that you want to post. It should be okay posting it without the opinions or without the validation of other people. Also, men actually like, are some men actually like, or is this too good to be true act? That's a good question. Everybody has motives, so you have to figure out people's motives. How do you communicate with the partner with mental health? The same way you communicate with the partner without mental health. because it's their job to identify their mental health and not use it as an excuse, but use it as a reason to communicate even more. What I mean by that is, it starts with them identifying that they have mental health. So they have depression or they have anxiety, whatever the case is. They have to figure out what are their triggers, what does that look like for them, how do they self-soothe, what do they need from you as a partner, what do they do when they're not okay, what do they need from you when they're not okay. This requires them to educate themselves so they can educate you as a partner, but also they can't use it as an excuse to say, hey, I got mental health, I can't talk. I got bipolar, so I can't express the way I feel. I got depression, so I just can't be present in a relationship. They have to say, okay, I have depression, I have bipolar, this is what that looks like, this is what that feels like, here's how I self-soothe, here's what I feel like I need from you as a partner if you are around and I'm not okay, or here's what I might ask you on the phone if I call you when I'm not okay. They can't use that as an excuse, they have to use it as a reason to communicate. Where am I at? Oh, for her to screen record, okay. I'm not quote unquote supporting him. So have you asked him what supporting him looks like out of curiosity? He asked if I find other people attractive. I said no. Then he said he asked her and her voice sounded more convincing than mine, even though I give examples why I don't. So why does he keep comparing you to his ex out of curiosity? I found that he broke up with her because she bought him something expensive, and sometimes I feel like he regrets breaking up with her. He wants her back. Yeah, why does he keep comparing you to his ex out of curiosity? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I gotta go. I have exams tomorrow because the university. I get that lucky. I hope you have a good day. Please be safe. I appreciate you stop by. Have a good conversation. You the best. Thank you for sharing a live. Wasabi. Yep, I have it. Then he says I'm helpful, but the 2 times I said no, I was the worst. Feels like an adult tantrum. It does begin to feel like that when an individual doesn't know how to self-soothe, unfortunately. Excuse me, when an individual constantly is relying on you to fulfill their emotional needs, it's like, how do they ever fulfill their own emotional needs? Lucky, by the way, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, he, she, them, they. I got about 15 more minutes, then I got to get to going because I need to take care of some business. Didn't realize what time it was. I never asked why he compares, but seeing him, right, he missed her before while we together, and seeing him. So it sounds like he's not over his ex, and he's constantly comparing you to his ex and the things she used to do and how they used to interact and stuff like that. Right, he see other people more attractive than me. No, that's wild. That wouldn't make me feel comfortable or safe in that relationship if my partner keeps comparing me to their ex or other women that they're attracted to. How do you deal with a partner who doesn't open up much? 8-year relationship. How did y'all make it 8 years if they don't open up? I struggle with the thought of feeling alone in a relationship and my partner not opening up. I don't know how they feel. I don't know what's on their mind. I don't know what to do as a partner. I don't know how to interact with them. I don't know how to be there for them because they're not speaking about nothing. They're not interacting with nothing. You have a lot of patience. You do have a lot of patience. Because me personally, there's only so much patience I got because 8 years is a long time for individuals to still not want to open up. Still not want to talk about how they feel. Still not explain what's on their mind. Still not like talk about the hard things. 8 years is a lot. Is watching X-rated videos of former cheating. Every relationship has different boundaries, different expectations. So some relationships, it might be, they might condone it. Other relationships, they might be uncomfortable with it. I won't say it is or if it isn't cheating because every relationship looks different. So if you're uncomfortable with it, you might consider it cheating. Another person might consider it to be okay. But he doesn't know how he do verbally. He tells me his eyes only for me. He don't look at other people. He opens up, but it takes a while, you know? Oh, okay. So you want him to open up, but it's not all that. So I would ask him, what does he feel like he needs in order to open up? What do I do that makes him might want to prevent from opening up or makes him might want to second guess opening up to me or talk to me about what's going on and how he feels and stuff like that. Like I would try to understand where he's coming from and understand like how can we expedite this process of him talking about what's on his mind and how he feels. Because not that he's not capable of it, it's that he's choosing not to. Because he's shown you through his actions in previous situations that he's capable of doing it. It just takes him a while to do it. So how do we expedite this process to where we can have real-time conversations instead of me having to wait until he loads? What are your thoughts on waiting to date? I haven't felt like I'm in the right place, but I never do. What's making you feel like you're not in the right place to date? Are you afraid of a breakup? Because that's a possibility in a relationship. I think you, I think people, I think once you get to a point where you're comfortable with acknowledging the fact that relationships end and it's become real for you, you understand like you can't control that aspect of relationships ending, but you can navigate relationships to the point where like you're hoping for the best, but you're expecting the worst, or you're prepared for the worst more so. So like you're hoping the relationship works and it's y'all together for the rest of your lives and y'all are able to move forward, y'all love each other for the rest of your lives, whatever the case is. But in the same breath, you're preparing if the relationship doesn't work out. Not to say like you're almost manifesting it because you're assuming it's not going to work out, but you're prepared as in like you're okay being alone. You're okay being by yourself. You're okay acknowledging the fact that this person just wasn't your person, or y'all just weren't compatible, or it just didn't work out when it could have because you did everything you could because you had the best intentions, but the other person just didn't want to participate. When you get to that point where you're okay with the breakup, then that means that you're okay with being in a relationship. That's what I feel. If you're okay with being with a breakup and you're still willing to give 100% regardless of who you're with, and not withhold emotions and feelings and not withhold parts of you because you're afraid of people mistreating it and abusing it, you identify like when people mistreat and abuse you, then you leave. When you identify that somebody is not compatible with you, you leave. When you identify that somebody's not giving you what you want and what you need from a relationship, even though you're reciprocating the energy as far as giving them what they want and what they need and expectations that they do the same for you, you leave. And if you're okay with leaving, you're okay being by yourself, you're okay with knowing that a relationship might not work out, I feel like you're ready for a relationship. That's just me, my personal opinion. So it makes me not want to meet his love language because it's physical touch. So you feel like you're withholding love that you have for him due to him withholding love that he has for you. Like it's hard for you to see yourself giving him physical touch when you're not physically comfortable in that relationship due to his actions and his words. That's what I'm getting for you. Diesel, thank you for the rose. I appreciate that. I want things to process faster than him. Not sure how to express that. He's a great dude. What do you mean you want things to progress faster? Like, give me an example if you don't mind. My ex didn't believe in love languages. That's wild. What if he got in a new relationship after yours immediately and he's in love with the person? So what? So what? What if y'all were together for 8 years and he got into a relationship the next day? What if y'all were together for 8 years and then a week later he got somebody else pregnant? What if y'all were together for 8 years and he got married the next day? What if y'all were together for 8 years and then he went to go sleep with multiple women? What if y'all were together for 8 years and he living his best life partying in a whole different country? Who cares? Who cares? So, doesn't matter. It's irrelevant to you what your ex decides to do with their life. Just know that they're living their life. It doesn't mean anything. It is not a reflection of you as a person. It's not a reflection of how much they love you or didn't love you. Because some people can leave a relationship and say, hey, I'm ready for another relationship. We just weren't compatible, and that's okay. Some people can leave a relationship like, oh, I need to be in another relationship because I don't want to be alone. Some people can leave a relationship and be like, hey, you know what? It sounds like a good idea. Let me go try this again. But it's irrelevant to you. What are you going to do now? Who are you as a person? What do you like? What are you into? What do you want to do? Where do you want to grow? How do you want to grow? What he does or what they do is irrelevant to you. What you decide to do for you is more important. Royal, thank you for the follow. Yeah, you're right. I have a bit of fear of intimacy, but I probably can't overcome it alone. Why do you have a fear of intimacy? I keep asking you the question why, because eventually you're going to get to the root cause of why you feel the way you feel. So if you say, I got a fear of intimacy, why do you have a fear of intimacy? Well, because in the past, this, and that happened. Well, why does that scare you? Well, it scares me because what if it happens again? Okay, what if it happens again? What are you going to do now that you know what happened in the past compared to what you could do now that you know better? I thought you left. No, I got another 10 minutes, then I'm going to head out. If a girl asks you for space, would you say yes or no? I would ask, why does she feel a necessity for space? Why do you feel like you need space or you want space? What is it? We have problems and issues in the relationship. Why do we need space? And what kind of space are you looking for? We're in a committed relationship, but I want to be married soon, but I'm not trying to scare him away. Have you two talked about marriage? Have you two talked about a timeline for marriage? Do you know if they want to be married? These are a lot of questions. How can we not feel it's a reflection? So let me ask you this. Do you know why they left the relationship? Do you know why they weren't happy? Do you know why they wanted to be with somebody else? You don't. So why would you automatically blame yourself because somebody else moved on from the relationship? How do you know they just weren't happy? How do you know you weren't the person for them? How do you know they didn't know what they wanted? So you were just somebody to fulfill a need and a want temporarily until they found somebody else to fulfill that need and that want temporarily. How do you know these things? You don't. So why would you automatically blame yourself or assume that it's your fault or you're the problem? It's human nature because you would blame yourself and it makes sense. But let me ask you a question. Do you feel like you did everything you possibly could in that relationship to make it work? Do you feel like you gave 100%? Do you feel like you gave everything you possibly could? Then why would you blame yourself for it not working if you did everything you could to make it work? What more could you have done if you gave 100%? What could you have done to change the situation that requires two people to create a change? That's why I asked, why is that a reflection of you? Steffi, you said stop invalidating and downplaying. That would be hurtful. Let people have their feelings. Oh, okay. I didn't realize I was invalidating and downplaying people's feelings and emotions. And I'm sorry you do feel that way. That wasn't my intention. Rebel, thank you for the follow, by the way. It seems like that was too quick, so they were already cheating. He does believe in it. However, do I smoothly bring it up? I would ask the question. Hey, did you have a timeline on when you wanted to be married? Out of curiosity, I know you wanted marriage, but did you have a timeline upon marriage, or like? What do you feel like is too fast for marriage? Like how many years do we need to be together in order for you to feel like, okay, this is the right time for marriage? Because you're trying to get a duration of how long you need to be with this person to be married with them, or married to them rather. So it's more so you questioning their time. I mean, it shouldn't be a crime for you to be like, hey, what are you waiting for as far as marriage? But you're not gonna come out like, hey, what are you waiting for? You're gonna what steps do you feel like you need to fulfill, or what steps do you feel like we need to take in order for us to be married? I said because it feels like they're leaving you specifically, and you feel like a placeholder. Hurts more if you tried a lot, everything, be different, impossible. It hurts more if you tried a lot / everything. So a relationship takes two people. No matter how much you do, they have to be present. No matter how much you do, they have to want to reciprocate it. No matter how much you do, they have to want the relationship the way you do. And if they don't want the relationship the way you do, then what more can you do in a relationship that requires two people to participate? I understand what you're saying. I understand how you feel. I 100% understand where you're coming from. I feel like I should have done more. I feel like I should have done this. I feel like I should have done that. But everything you did up until this point wasn't enough. And it's not that it wasn't enough in general, it just wasn't enough for them because they went to go find different or they went to go find more. So is it possible that everything you're capable of giving, all the love that you have, is it possible that you're an amazing person, that the way you love is amazing, the way you feel is amazing, the way you treat other people, is it possible that all that is amazing, but that individual didn't identify the greatness within you, so they went to go find something different that they identified as greatness? And is it possible that you are great for somebody else who is not them? Is that a possibility? You're just trying to change your perspective. Sherry Berry, how you doing? So if I lose him for not meeting his love language, because of how I feel, is that selfish, or should I meet his to help him meet mine? I think that it shouldn't be. I think that first and foremost, no one in a relationship should withhold any type of love from the other person because they feel like, well, if I'm not getting it, you shouldn't get it. I feel like there needs to be conversations upon how you feel and why you feel like you don't want to give them the love that you're capable of giving, and I help them identify that they're not giving you the love that you feel like you want in return. There needs to be conversation upon how you both feel and why you feel the way you feel, so that way it's not like a tit for tat where you're not doing it, so I'm not going to do it. It's more so like an understanding, like, hey, you're not doing it and it makes me not want to do it. I'm unmotivated to do it because I feel like you're unmotivated to do it because I feel like you don't care, so I'm not going to care in return. So it needs to be a conversation as to why we feel the way we feel upon this, so that way we have a better understanding, so we understand how imperative it is to meet each other's love languages to fulfill each other's wants and needs. Hurts to feel like the wrong person when at some point you were the right one. Well, if you were the right one, then why aren't you two together? I don't mean that with any disrespect. What I'm saying is that if you're the right one, then nobody is willing to lose the right one because there ain't another one, because you're the right one. So if they genuinely felt that way, their actions would follow suit. Thank you for your live. It's helped me listen to your words. I appreciate that immensely. Thank you for the compliment. Avoidance do less, I thought, so maybe I made excuses. Amazing, but not for him, right? Yes, it is. Miss T, thank you for the follow. My boyfriend is mad at me. I don't know why. What should I do? Ask him why he's mad at you. I know that sounds like a really straightforward answer, but that's the only way you know why he's mad at you. Because we can sit here and assume like, oh, maybe it's something you said, maybe it's something you did, maybe it's something. We don't know. And he has to get out of his feelings and identify the fact that he's mad and he's upset, and it's valid for him to be mad and upset. But also, in order for him not to be mad and upset, the situation needs to be worked on, needs to be rectified. So therefore, the only way to work on the situation is to identify the problem. But if you don't know the problem, but all you know is the fact that he's upset, then how do you fix something that you don't know is broken? So now you're just manically trying to fix everything, or you're trying to do everything right, or you just leave the situation alone because you don't know what to do. You don't have any guidance. You don't know how to navigate the situation where you're unaware because you don't have a map to do so. But he has to provide you some type of guidance so you know what's wrong, so you can work on it, so it's no longer a problem or issue, so you two are no longer mad at each other, or he's no longer mad at you, to where y'all, because y'all fixed it and y'all worked on it. But I would ask him if you haven't already. Sure, Barry, Kika, thanks for the follow. Is that Ryan West? You look like Kanye West. Everybody say I look like Kanye today. We are, but he's so distant again. He asked for me back, and now he's withdrawn again. Seems like he's willing to lose me. Then why keep playing the song and dance with him? Why keep going back and forth, acknowledging the fact that he's inconsistent? He doesn't know what he wants, and therefore you decide to get back with him. And let's say he decides to wake up and want something different. That's not you. You're going to put yourself back in the same position again with an individual who's already showing you that he's inconsistent. Because if he wants to be with you, he would be with you. If he doesn't want to be with you, he wouldn't be with you. So right now he's going back and forth because he's undecisive about what he wants when it comes to dating you or dating somebody else. So why continue to pursue somebody who's already showing you they're inconsistent with what they want and how they want it? Because you know for a fact you want him, right? So if he was agreeing to a relationship with you, y'all be in a relationship because you know exactly what you want. Hold that person to the same accountability and the same standard you will hold yourself to. If you know what you want, you would choose him. If he knew what he wanted, he would choose you. So why isn't he choosing you the same way you would choose him? Because he doesn't know what he wants. It'll thank for the follow. My boyfriend is mad. Don't know why. I think I answered that. He said he doesn't want to lose me, but yeah, it doesn't change the action. Seems all talk. He doesn't want to lose you, but he's doing everything to lose you. He feels like 1 foot in, 1 foot out, not fully committed to us or the future. People are more manipulative than we accept. Stop with the Kanye comments. You don't act like them, though. I appreciate it. Thank you. I love your lives. I appreciate that. Thank you for the compliments. So I should leave after acknowledging the inconsistency. I'm not telling you to leave. I'm not telling you to stay. What I would ask you is what's going to make you happy? Not short term. Because short term is easy. Short term, wanting him back is easy. I just want him. That's all I know I want. Short term, I want him. But what does that look like long term? We're looking for longevity. Can these actions persist in the long term? Because short term is easy. When I say short term, I mean like for another day, another week, another month. I mean, I'm talking about years. Years. Because that's what forever looks like, right? For the rest of our lives. So with the status of your current relationship with anybody that you're with, could you see these actions persisting for years upon years for the rest of y'all lives? And if you don't like the way shit looks, shit needs to change. Because we don't like the way things look, so we need to change the way things look, because right now we do not like that. And if we can't change the situation and this is the way things are going to look long term, years, then ask yourself if that's something you want to continue to pursue. And I know it's hard to feel like there's something better out there because you haven't experienced anything better yet, but you also haven't put yourself in a position to experience anything better because you're still stuck on the experience that you're currently having now, which isn't the best at all. So if you think about it, think about your past exes if you have any relationship experience, meaning like if you have had plethora of relationships up to this point. Have they progressively been getting better? Because you might say, this isn't the worst relationship I've been in. I've been in worse, but this isn't also the best. But if it's progressively getting better and better and better, then why stop here? Why not keep going? Because obviously this isn't the best, just like your ex wasn't the best, and just like your ex before that one wasn't the best. So by that logic, you would assume that the next person you give an opportunity to could be the one. But if you allow for that opportunity to happen because you're still stuck on this one, then obviously things aren't going to change and it's going to stay the same. And you're going to be repeating the same actions with the same person who doesn't know what they want. And this is going to persist long term. And let me tell you something. Time is going. The clock don't stop. So, I'm not going to tell you to stay. I'm not going to tell you to go. What I will tell you is be real with yourself. And I know sometimes it can be hard. But don't feel guilty about the situation that you're in because you made a decision based off what you wanted and how you want it. But now that you know what you know now, how you decide to proceed forward is 100% on you. And there's no such thing as making a bad decision because this is your life to live. You're making a decision what you feel like is best in the current situation that you're in. And identify the fact that just because you made a decision, it's not going to always turn out the way you want it to. And if it doesn't turn out the way you want it to, then what are you going to do? And if it does turn out the way you want it to, then what are you going to do? But this is the decision that you ultimately have to make. Will this be uploaded to YouTube today? I don't know. Because I've been live for at least a good 4 hours, and this is a big file. So not only do I have to download the file from TikTok, but I have to upload the file to YouTube. And it's 4 hours worth of live. So we gonna see how this turn out, because I ain't never did this before. Usually I take a 4 hour clip and then I downsize it to about 1 hour worth of clips. I take a 4 hour video, downsize it to about 1 hour worth of clips, and then I take those clips, and each clip is anywhere from like a minute long to 3 minutes long. So you got like a minute to 3 minutes worth of clips within an hour. So as you can imagine, that's a lot of files. But I've never taken a 4 hour like video and then put that in another place. So I'd assume it's gonna be a lot of data being moved, which is gonna take a while, and I don't know how long it's gonna take because I've never done it before. So I'm gonna attempt it today, but I ain't gonna make no promises. So what I can say is subscribe to the YouTube and be very patient with me. That's all I ask, because I ain't never been here before. So I ain't gonna sit here and try to be like, oh yeah, it's gonna be up right now. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm gonna tell you I don't know before I sit here and tell a lie. I know I should walk away and give him the consequences. I feel like the best revenge, or the best thing you could do, is withdraw access to you. People go crazy over that. I ain't got access to you no more? Nah, you don't. You lost that. Shonda B, thank you for sharing the live. Thanks. In our chat, you're right. Not a hell. It's a hell. It's a no, I accept that. I feel it. My girlfriend answered my text, but before she says she doesn't think we can fix this and that we need space. Why does she feel like you need space? What is it that you can't fix? What is space going to do for you too? So a lot of people resort to space. And this is what I'm going to elaborate on this for a minute. A lot of people say, I don't think we can fix this. We need space. What is space going to do? Because guess what? The problem is still there. But I feel like we need space away from the problem. I feel like we need space away from each other. So let's establish the fact that the only way you work through the problem and the issue is to work through the problem and the issue. You and your partner have to communicate, identify the problem, come up with a solution that's beneficial to both of you, and it's no longer a problem. But instead of doing that, you have a problem because you have a problem. It's like, oh, you know what? Let's just avoid this problem and take space. Let's just take space around this problem, because we're not going to be able to figure this out. We can't work through this. Meaning, we still got a problem, but not only that, we're creating more problems by taking space away from each other because we can't deal with the first problem. So now we're creating more problems by taking space away from each other. So now we're not going to communicate. Now we're not going to be interacting with each other. Now we're not going to be intimate with each other. Now we're not going to be with each other in a relationship, in a sense, to a certain extent, because we're taking space away from each other. But it's the same energy you're using to take space is the same energy you can use to fix this. So it negates the necessity to take space. Y'all ain't fixing the problem or issue, or she's saying y'all can't fix the problem and the issue because you're not attempting to fix the problem and the issue. Because you're too busy arguing and trying to figure out who's right or who's wrong, rather than focusing on this and realizing that it doesn't fucking matter who's right and who's wrong. All that matters is this gets taken care of, because this is the issue. You're not the issue. She's not the issue. This problem that y'all have is the issue. So that same energy y'all spending arguing and yelling at each other needs to be focused on this. The same energy you would taking space needs to be focused on this, because this is the reason y'all are in the situation that y'all in, because of this problem. And it might feel like it's a plethora of problems. So guess what? Y'all need to work on these problems and negate the necessity for space. And also you learn how to navigate these problems. So when another problem does come up, it's not, oh, let's take space, let's run away from this. It's, hey, let's figure this out because we know how to do this together, and we can do this together. If you change your mindset and say, hey, we can do it, then you would do it. But if you automatically write off and say, oh, we can't do it, then what happens when y'all have more conflict? Because you can't control what happens to your relationship. You can't control the conflict that hits your relationship. You can't predict every problem and issue that's going to happen, but you know what you can do? You can work through them. But if you're already saying, oh, we can't, not you necessarily, but if she's saying, oh, we can't do it, it's not going to get done. Then you need space. Then space creates more space. And now you got more problems and issues. And now you see what I'm saying? Let's get rid of the space. Let's get rid of the we can't to we can and we will. Because this, y'all, you two are more important than this problem. You two's relationship means more than just this little ass problem. You two being in love and loving and growing and changing and spending the rest of your life together is more important than this fucking space, than the problems, than the issues. So let's work through that. The clock is definitely does not value your time, guys. He is the only person I've been with 23 years, so I have no ex to compare him to. I get that. So, going back. Oh no, baby. I got dumped 1 year. Annie, he blocked me 1 month later. I still cry. He's fine. I get that. You said I record this whole live. What kind of phone you got? Because I need to know. I used to screen record Ryan's answers to my questions or whatever. Something responded to me. The date thing is non-existent here. Space is a wild concept to me. It really is a wild concept to me as well. Hey, we can't figure out our problems and issues, so we're gonna create more problems and issues by introducing space to our relationship. Like, how do you just press pause on your relationship? How you do that? How you do that? Because in my opinion, we either together or we not. We either gonna figure this shit out and work it out or we not. If you need space, take your ass in the other room and go lay down for a minute and then come back so we can talk about this. If you need space, go drive around the block a couple times. Matter of fact, while you out, go stop at Walmart, grab some stuff, and then come back. And then we can work this out. If you need space, you allow 5-10 minutes, an hour, shit, a day at the most. If you genuinely need that much space because you that upset and you that pissed off, cool, by all means. Take your space. But guess what? Baby girl, we gotta work on this because I can't see myself with nobody else but you. And I don't want to be with nobody else but you. And if this is the only thing that's fucking us up right now, guess what we about to do? I don't care if it takes tears. I don't care if it takes a conversation. I don't care if it takes vulnerability. We gotta work this out because we together forever. Death row. Walking the death row. Only way out of here is in a box. How does one work through the rough patch in a relationship? We talked and acknowledged each part we took. So what's the rough patch look like in your relationship, out of curiosity? You make it seem so clear. I appreciate it. Do you and your wife plan on going live anytime soon, like your vibe? Maybe sometime this week. I don't know exactly. Because, like, while I be live, she be doing things in the background, so I'm not exactly sure. She might pop in here and there. So I'll ask her so I can get a definite answer for you. And I'll let you know if at all possible. I have a question. How do you remove thinking about your ex doing things with her new boyfriend or do something fun? The question is, why are you thinking about your ex? Why are you thinking about him? That's the question you got to ask yourself. Not saying that it's wrong to. I'm just asking, why are you thinking about them? Ryan, how do you think we can solve the emotional and relational crisis among men? I think that men need to be vulnerable. Men need to be okay being vulnerable. And men need to understand that just because things look different doesn't mean that different is bad. And this isn't all men, of course. I think, so it's a few things. Men need to understand that it's okay to be vulnerable. That vulnerable doesn't mean you're being feminine. Vulnerable means that you're being human. That means that you are expressing your emotions and feelings. You're identifying that there's things that within yourself that you need to express. It means that you don't have to deal with the weight of the world by yourself just because you're a man. You don't have to always be strong and wear a shield of armor and say, hey, I'm a man every time you walk into a room. I think that so vulnerability, expressing feelings and emotions, having both sympathy and empathy for people, understanding that a woman understanding that women communicate differently than men. And because of that, the way a man communicates with a woman needs to look different as well. Like a man can't communicate with his woman like he would another man. Like If I ask one of my guy friends, like, hey, bro, you good? He gonna be like, yeah, I'm good. But if I go, hey, babe, you good? I'm not expecting her to just be like, oh, yeah, I'm good. I'm expecting her to be like, this is how I feel. This was on my mind. Like, I'm expressing an elaborate answer, which means I need to reply with an elaborate answer. Because she's going to ask me in return, how do you feel, sweetheart? And I need to be like, oh, I'm good. Like, here's my day. Da, da. Like, I think that identifying the differences in communications, identifying the differences in, like, addressing conflict, I think the importance of communication, the importance of identifying emotions and feelings, vulnerability, being open. Um, I feel like right now there's a war between men and women. And I think because so many people have had negative interactions with women and so many women have negative interactions with men, it feels like there's this war going on, like all men do this and all women do that and all women are like this and all men are like this, instead of identifying like, yeah, you met some shitty people, but it's not all women. You met some shitty people, but it's not all men. It's some men and some women that you've had experiences with, and that's okay. But don't let that change you and your perception on how you decide to navigate interactions with people of the opposite sex due to your negative history with people of the opposite sex. Like, you can't hate all men but continue to pursue men. You can't invalidate all women but still continue to pursue women. It's not going to work out. I think there's so much work that needs to be done for men and women to a certain extent. And I think that instead of people doing the actual work, they are justifying shitty behavior. Like, oh, I do this because I'm codependent. Or I do this because I'm used to being invalidated. Or I do this because instead of doing the work and realizing, like, yeah, that was a part of you, but, like, we got to do the work so we stop doing these behaviors to get the same responses from a different person. Because then at that point, yeah, every relationship is not going to be healthy because you haven't gotten yourself healthy as an individual. And I think that goes for both genders, or all genders, rather. Sometimes we ask for space so we can get away so they don't unalive us when they don't let us leave. I think that's a different situation. I understand that, but I'm speaking more towards, like, if there's a problem in a relationship and a person automatically wants space. My ex creating drama in my current relationship. So your partner is feeling a certain way because of your ex creating drama in your current relationship. There's nothing you can do to control that, and nothing he could do to control that to a certain extent. Like, you can't control the intentions of another person, but I'm assuming that's affecting your relationship regardless. Because part of you still loves them, and you think about them and how they doing. So what would that change? You're loving somebody who doesn't love you back, and you're worried about somebody who's not worried about you. So how does that affect your current situation in your life? What is you worrying about them going to change? And is it love, or is it just the comfortability that you have with them, or that you had with them? You can care for their well-being, you can want the best for them, but at the same time, you have to, the same energy you're giving them, you have to be willing to give it to yourself and acknowledge what you deserve. And what you deserve is a person who loves and who's loving you and who's missing you the way you're loving them and missing them. I said, I totally agree. People without judgment talking, get to know somebody. I just feel like it's too damn late. Made hard thoughts of dating now. How? Social media? That was what worked for me, is social media. Well, not social media, but dating apps, rather, like Tinder. Her money, because he didn't pay for. You don't have any control over somebody who's not with you no more. You never had control over anybody else to begin with, but your opinion and what you decide to do is irrelevant to a person who you're not with. And even when you're with them, if they don't identify why you're telling them these things, your opinion is still irrelevant. Ladies and gentlemen, he, she, them, they. I am 18 minutes past the time I was supposed to be off. I really gotta go. So ladies and gentlemen, he, she, them, they, please have a good day. Please be so safe. I plan on going live again tomorrow. Don't know what time. Hopefully in the morning again. But I need to go take care of some business ASAP. Thank you all for the love and support. And I appreciate you all being here. Thank you for the good conversation. I will see you all in the next live. I do apologize, but I do have to go.